Well, good day, viewers. It's of course day 3 of the BDO Squash Open, and we are very excited as we are getting ready for the quarterfinals. The likes of Blessings will be playing in the quarterfinals. The likes of Groenewald, all the way from South Africa, I think will be taking on Nasser from Egypt. He's the #1 seed here at the tournament, so there is a lot of competition to look forward to. We'll be bringing you, of course, all the action live on DSTV channel 285 and GoTV channel 25. So you guys will definitely please do make sure to tune in there. And if you don't have that, you can also tune in on our digital channel 1up2, where the action is also going to be streamed live there. But for more of that, please do stay tuned as we get ready for the quarterfinals.
Taking flight has never been easier. Paratus is introducing Sky-Fi internet packages with speeds that will have you reaching for your seatbelts. Starting from $500 Namibian excluding VAT per month, with speeds reaching up to 10 megabits per second. There's even a prepaid option where you can top up your Sky-Fi internet for just $15 Namibian per gigabyte. No contracts, no fuss. Visit your nearest Paratus branch to find out more. Or go to paratus.africa/Namibia to sign up online.
Always prepared, Paratus.
Joined by Marco Himmel from Powerline Africa. Marco, a historic moment for Namibia. Like we said, it's a record-breaking tournament, this one, the squash tournament. Just tell me, what are your thoughts on this year's BDO squash tournament?
Yeah, so I've been very involved with the tournament and organizing the tournament. So last year we did what they call a 3K, which is quite a small tournament on the Challenger Tour, and this year we grew it to a 9K. And it's really been a good couple of days already. The bigger work is going to start right now, and then we'll see what happens. It's been running really smoothly. And we can't really complain. So I think we've done a really great job. Stephen and the team have done a really great job, and we did a lot on the branding, a lot on the marketing. So it's been really nice, and we can't really complain.
Okay, speaking of Powerline Africa's involvement in the tournament, like you said, there's a lot of money on the table. You guys increased it tremendously. Can you just touch on Powerline Africa's involvement at the tournament?
Yeah, sure. We climbed on board quite late in the stage, so we planned it, and we didn't know really what we wanted to do, how big we knew we wanted to grow it. We didn't know how big we wanted to grow it, and then we said, no, okay, let me go back to the board of directors. We have a little chat to them and see if we can't help them, and we helped it to get to a point where we could get it to a 9K, and it was really crucial to get to a 9K so we could join it to the Cape Town Open actually happening in 2 weeks, and the All Africa Games happening next week. So we needed to increase the prize money to make sure that the circuit worked for the players, so we could get bigger players to come and play this tournament, and then obviously expose squash to those types of levels. And that's what we're really trying to do, is just trying to get squash on the map. And it's a really easy sport, relatively speaking, to get a world stage for Namibia. And that's really where Powerline said, let's see how we can get involved and how we can help squash in Namibia, grow for Namibia on a world stage.
Well, I think job well done with increasing the money to 9,000. Looking at the competition we have this year, I mean, this can only mean a lot of good things for Namibia. The exposure our local players are getting from all these top-seeded guys. I mean, we have the likes of Groenewald who's back here again, the likes of Nasser, who's ranked 89th. Yeah, what does this mean for squash in Namibia? I mean, the exposure just itself.
Yeah, I think it's going to push the guys, and that's really what it's about. It's if you can see a high level and you can aspire to something, you can push towards that. And what we really want to achieve is for the juniors to see what level they really can achieve, so that we can actually move them through the ranks and get a thing going. And then looking at this as an Olympic sport in 2028.
Yes.
We really want to move the juniors through the ranks, and if you can show them something that they can live up to and a level they can live up to, that's really what we want to do with this tournament, and why we've really decided to try and make this as big as possible.
Lovely stuff. Well, from what you've seen so far, what have been your highlights of the tournament?
Well, there was some couple of games yesterday. I think Arno did a really good performance. He's a Namibian guy. He played Dewald, who actually Powerline's also involved with. But yeah, Arno played a phenomenal game, although the scoreboard doesn't quite say that. So it's been really good to see the Namibians. And then I think some difficult games yesterday. Damien Groenewald played a very difficult game. It's very lovely to see. But I think the squash tonight is going to be really, really nice. There's 2 Egyptians versus 2 South Africans. So a really all-African affair. So it's going to be really, really nice to watch those 2 games. And let's see, let the best man win.
Okay, well, like we know, the games are all going to be live on DSTV channel 285, GoTV, and we're also live streaming on our digital 1UP2 channel for the viewers that are watching. For those that can make it here, for those that can't, do you have any message to share?
Just come down. If you can really watch this live, it's much better to see this live. So squash, unfortunately, is a very difficult sport to stream. Although it's easy to get it access, but the stream never does the live action any justice. Really, to really understand and appreciate how quick these players are and how athletic they are, you really have to come down and come watch this squash. And it is a fantastic opportunity for the Namibians to do that. So I encourage everyone to come down.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Meet Christine and offer snacker with a craving for treats, but a budget to stick to. Fortunately, the Synergy chatbot has her covered. With just a few taps, Christine can find the latest specials on snacks, satisfying her cravings without breaking the bank. And then there's Brian, who's out on a date with the most beautiful girl in Winter. But even romance can't distract Brian from his love of sports updates. Luckily, the Synergy chatbot keeps him in the loop so he can stay connected while enjoying his evening. Finally, there's Henriette, who loves to stay informed with the latest news. Unlike other boomers, Henriette knows that she can conveniently access daily newspapers via the Synergy chatbot. Whether it's snacks, sports, or news, the Synergy chatbot has something for everyone.
Neo Paints is proud to call Namibia home. For more than 70 years, Neo Paints has been inspired by this country's natural colors and beauty. To produce the wide variety of trusted quality paints we have become known for. Proudly Namibian by nature, Neo Paints has over the years involved itself in several key projects across the nation, bringing lasting beauty, premium paints to liven up both indoor and outdoor environments. As durable as the Namib Desert, Neo Paints has stood the test of time through all weather conditions, leaving a lasting impression on the hearts and the minds of all Namibians. Neo Paints Namibia, a coat of excellence.
Welcome back on 1UP2.com and on YouTube on a Network Media Hub to the 3rd day of action at the BDO Namibian Men's Open 2024. Shortly we'll start with the first quarter-final match today in the Men's PSA event. You can see there on court to your right the PSA Challenger Tour. Windhoek is part of that for the 2nd year in a row. Still matches in the Namibian Open proper in progress. 3 of them going on at the moment. I can just give you those scores quickly. At the moment, Ulrich Etzold playing Morris Pillay. There's 2 love in the lead. Lukumba Mushimba of Zimbabwe playing Lou Gravenstein. The Namibian score also 2-0, and then Hayden Worth of Germany playing Andreas Eggert. Another Namibian score also 2-0. Will probably be delayed a bit with the start of the first quarter final, and the action will just be heating up further from yesterday. First match up this afternoon will be the first seed Mohamed Nasser of Egypt taking on Damien Groenewald, as you can see on screen, respectively 1st seed and 6th seed in the tournament. Nasser, he's ranked 89th in the world at the moment. Groenewald, South Africa's number 2. Then we've got 3 more quarterfinals in store for later this evening. Mugwati, the Zimbabwean 8th seed, playing Nigeria's Gabriel Olafun Milayu. And then Sam Gerrits of the Netherlands, 4th seed, will take on Yusuf El Sharif. You will see there is the only unseeded player that progressed to the quarterfinals. And at 9 o'clock this evening, might be a bit later, so stick around. 5th seed, Abdallah Hafez playing Dewald van Niekerk. 2nd seed, and South Africa's #1 at the moment. So a lot of action still in store. Thank you for joining us. Thanks also, of course, to the title sponsor BDO, also Powerline Africa. They are also bringing you this live broadcast. Wanderers Sport Club, hosts of the tournament, also a sponsor, and Dunlop. To your left on screen, just below the red line, above the tin, they're sponsoring the balls, and Deb Marine also, and 40 other sponsors for this event. A whole lot of Namibian businesses and individuals making the second PSA event in the Namibian capital possible. Last year was a great tournament. We'll expect the same. This year there's not a PSA women's event like last year, but the Namibian Open, that's men's A and B divisions, and the ladies competition started early this morning. They'll be continuing play from Friday, Saturday, late afternoon will be the PSA finals. We'll be also bringing that live to you also on network television. That is channel 285 in Namibia, DSTV Namibia, and channel 25 on GoTV. Just some more open results. These matches have finished a while ago of the Namibian Open in the men's B division. Franco Hanekom getting the better of Tini Botha, 3-0. Stephen Berry, he lost out to Michał Bosson. Michał winning that one 3-1. That's A division in the Namibian Men's Open. The Ladies Open, Fasti Olofse of South Africa, she beat Judy Rautenbach 3-0. Also, Jolene Venter of Namibia, she took care of Kirsten Voliter. Sorry, it's the other way around. Apologies, Voliter 3-0, the victorious player there. The B division of the Men's Open, Sheldon Fourie, he beat JJ Loubser. Close fought match, going to 5 games, 3-2 in the end. Fourie, the winner. Jacqueline Steenkamp, she won 3-love against Annabella Knott, also in the ladies. Samuel Kabwe from Zambia beating Nicholas Berry 3-1. Jeff Bussell 3, Isaac Smith. No, a lot of results since this morning. Play in the 3 divisions of the Namibian Open continuing tomorrow. How to get all those results? Just type in Sporty HQ. That's SPORTY and HQ, like for headquarters.com. And then you can search for the BDO Namibian Open 2024. And you'll be able to get the live results there, as well as match schedules, of course, at the PSA Professional Squash Association website. There you can find also live results for the BDO Namibian Open PSA event, as well as the match schedules. They are also bringing us the live feed onto your screen of the match schedule, player statistics, the scores, summaries of the points for each match. A great event A lot more people, of course, here today. It also means it's a bit hotter on court today. If you only joined us today and didn't hear it yesterday, the West Africans, Nigerian players, of course, they find this temperature quite cool. Maybe Egypt, North Africa, a bit closer to the drier heat in Namibia. First seed Mohamed Nasser will take on Damian Groenewald of South Africa. And the first PSA match will be on court shortly. And basically squash is the national sport of Egypt. And just to show that prowess, amongst the world top 10 players in the PSA at the moment, there are 5 Egyptians. 5 from the 10 players. First seed of the PSA globally, Ali Farrak from Egypt. Number 2 is Mustafa Sal. Number 5, Mazen Asham. Number 7 is Karim Gawat. And number 9 is Tarek Moumen. Also last year, a good show by Egyptian players. Of course, also the ambassador. I'm sure we'll see him this afternoon next to the court. Last year we saw their flag waving next to the court. And on paper, at least, all 8 players in this men's PSA competition, seeded players, only one of them not. That's Yusuf El Sharif of Egypt. He took care of Ruan Olivier, a South African, 3-0 yesterday. Sam Gerrits, the youngster from the Netherlands, he's 4th seed. He'll be El Sharif's opponent. So like I say, at least on paper, Gerrits favorite to go through there. And Hafez and Dewald van Niekerk, respectively 5th and 2nd seeds in the tournament. So we're probably looking, if there's no upsets, of course upsets is good and nice as well. We'll probably see in the one semi-final tomorrow, Gerrits taking on van Niekerk. Mohamed Nasser, the Egyptian first seed, shouldn't have a big problem against Damian Groenewald, 6th seed, but he's South Africa's number 2, and we saw yesterday plays hard. We'll have to see if he can cause an upset in the first quarter-final match of this afternoon. And then the other match right after that, Gabriel Olofunmilayo of Nigeria, seeded 3rd, playing Zimbabwe's Blessing Mkhwati, seeded 8th. So, of course, what happens on the court will determine whether we will see in the semi-finals Nasser playing Olofunmilayo and Gerrits playing van Niekerk. So, amongst this last 8 players, 3 of the 4 Egyptian players who started the BDO PSA Namibian Open 2024 still left. 2 of the 6 South Africans, and then one of the 2 Zimbabweans that started. And Gerrits of Netherlands, he's the only player, I think, representing his country, and the Nigerian in the quarterfinals. He started out with 2 compatriots. We'll be taking a short break. We'll be back shortly with you with the first action at the BDO Namibian Open PSA Challenger Tour event.
Irongomed is a leading distributor, working in partnership with NewMed and WestMed to meet the comprehensive needs of the Namibian healthcare sector. As a partner pursuing sustainable global healthcare, We offer industry-leading medical solutions through our key focus areas, which include pharmaceuticals, orthopedics, ophthalmology, surgical devices and capital equipment, as well as a well-established scientific laboratory division. In healthcare, Irango Med is committed to making a difference. What about you?
Whatever she decides next has the ability to impact an entire country in ways no one could ever imagine.
Buying Team Namibian is a choice you make for us, not just for you. Join the 2.5 million strong team that grows stronger with every single Team Namibia purchase. Team Namibia. Together, our future is brighter.
I'm sure you've heard the news, and Namibia is calling. And it's time to answer with a smile. From the rolling sand dunes of Sossusvlei to the wildlife wonders of Etosha National Park, Namibia is a treasure trove of natural beauty and adventure. With Enjoy, booking the most renowned lodges is as easy as a desert breeze. Picture yourself sipping coffee on a deck, watching the sunrise. Paint the sky in hues of gold and orange. Or how about a thrilling safari, capturing memories that'll last a lifetime? Our easy-to-use website hosts the most beautiful lodges Namibia has to offer. Whether you crave luxury or a cozy hideaway, we've got you covered. So pack your bags and let's turn your dream adventure into reality. Namibia awaits, and with Enjoy, your perfect stay is just a click away.
Welcome back. Stay tuned for the first quarterfinal in the 2024 PSA BDO Namibian Open. Just to update you, 2 matches in the Namibian Open still being played at the moment. Men's B division, Burger van Niekerk against Daniel Gous. Just an update on the web on those scores. Luke Allen and Philippus Barao of Namibia, both of them, they just started according to the live feed of all these scores. Because Burger van Niekerk is 1 match up against Daniel Gous, 11-4, 10-3. It should be true love. And South Africa's Andrew Fourie playing Stockley van Horsten of Namibia in the men's A division. Online score showing 4-9. Namibian ahead there. Now we see Mohamed Nasser, first seed for this PSA event, taking to the court, warming up. 89th in the world, that's his ranking. 21 years old, quite young still. How did he get here? He had a bye in the first round, and yesterday he beat compatriot Ahmed El-Bashouti in 3 games, 11-5, 11-2, and 11-4. That's how Nasser progressed to the quarterfinals. We'll soon see Damian Groenewald, 6th seed, and South Africa's number 2 on court. How did Groenewald secure his place in the quarterfinals? Also had a bye in the first round. And yesterday he beat Farouk Suleiman of Nigeria 3-1 to clinch the match. Just a little tidbit. If you've ever wondered what was the longest competitive squash match, man, that's according to the Guinness Book of World Records. 2 hours and 50 minutes. Now, yesterday JP Brits told us, the South African, that if we play up to an hour, it's considered a long match. So this match, played on the 24th of January 2015, more than 9 years ago, was almost 3 times as long. Who played each other? Liu Au of Hong Kong, he faced Sean Delier, the Canadian, in Alberta in Canada. And we often see marathons in all kinds of events. So in 2022, Michael Pearce and Alex Preston, both of the UK, they improved the Guinness Book of World Records for the longest squash marathon. Now that record was held before that at 38 hours, 0 minutes 27 seconds. But Pearce and Preston played in 2022 in Tring in Hertfordshire in the UK, and they improved that to 40 hours, 1 minute 59 seconds, and they raised 8,000 pounds in the process. So we don't know when we'll see a next attempt on that Guinness Book of World Record. It's quieting down now here at the Windhoek, one of the squash courts in Windhoek. Final matches in the Namibian Open nearing the end. You can still see Mohamed Nasir of Egypt warming up on the main court. Damian Groenewald is preparing off court. And as we progress in the tournament, we're sure to see more of the matches going to either 4 or 5 games. Thus far, only 3 matches took longer than 3 games, the standard. In the first round, Farouk Suleiman, he won against Ayomide Oladipo, also of Nigeria, 3-1. It's the only match in on the first day, first round of this BDO Namibian Open PSA event that went more than 3 games. Yesterday we saw 2 of them. Damian Groenewald, he'll be in action shortly. He beat Farouk Suleiman 3-1, and then we had that wonderful match, almost the last one, late evening yesterday. Finally, Abdallah Hafez, the Egyptian, clinched it against Thurston Worth 3-2 to secure his place in the quarterfinals. While we're seeing Nasser still warming up, we're taking another short break. Don't go anywhere.
It all began with ink on paper, a small but powerful voice that reached the homes of Namibians, sharing their stories, their triumphs, their struggles. As the world evolved, so did we. From the presses to your screens, keeping you connected to the news that matters. wherever you are. We didn't stop at digital. We brought the action to life on your screens, covering the moments that unite us all. We're not just a source of information. We're your partner in exploration, booking your stay, paying for your meals, and even sending your event tickets straight to your phone. Reaching over 1 million people daily, we are a fully integrated system, working together to make your life easier. Whether it's news, events, or everyday information, we've brought it all together. We're committed to empowering the next generation. Through partnerships and innovation, we're delivering education to every corner of Namibia. We've become so much more. More than news, more than information. We're here to help you enjoy everything Namibia has to offer. NTV, so much more than just television.
Brian Monangu of Network Television and Sport Rap. He spoke to Marco Himmel representing Powerline Africa. For a little while ago, we'll be bringing that interview to you again. Let's thank all of those sponsors. BDO, the title sponsor. Like we said previously, also Wanderers Sport Club, Dunlop, and Deb Marine. But here's Marco Himmel of Powerline Africa.
Joined by Marco Himmel from Powerline Africa. Marco, a historic moment for Namibia. Like we said, it's a record-breaking tournament, this one, the squash tournament. Just tell me, what are your thoughts on this year's BDO squash tournament?
Yeah, so I've been very involved with the tournament and organizing the tournament. So last year we did what they call a 3K, which is quite a small tournament on the Challenger Tour, and this year we grew it to a 9K. And it's really been a good couple of days already. The bigger work is going to start right now, and then we'll see what happens. It's been running really smoothly, and we can't really complain. So I think we've done a really great job. Stephen and the team have done a really great job, and we did a lot on the branding, a lot on the marketing. So it's been really nice, and we can't really complain.
Okay, speaking of Powerline Africa's involvement in the tournament, like you said, there's a lot of money on the table. You guys increased it tremendously. Can you just touch on Powerline Africa's involvement at the tournament?
Yeah, sure. We climbed on board quite late in the stage. So we planned it, and we didn't know really what we wanted to do, how big we knew we wanted to grow it. We didn't know how big we wanted to grow it. And then we said, no, okay, let me go back to the board of directors. We have a little chat to them and see if we can't help them. And we helped it to get to a point where we could get it to a 9K. And it was really crucial to get to a 9K so we could join it to the Cape Town Open actually happening in 2 weeks and the All Africa Games happening next week. So we needed to increase the prize money to make sure that the circuit worked for the players, so we could get bigger players to come and play this tournament, and then obviously expose squash to those types of levels. And that's what we're really trying to do, is just trying to get squash on the map. And it's a really easy sport, relatively speaking, to get a world stage for Namibia. And that's really where Powerline said, let's see how we can get involved and how we can help squash in Namibia, grow for Namibia on a world stage.
Well, I think job well done with increasing the money to 9,000. Looking at the competition we have this year, I mean, this can only mean a lot of good things for Namibia. The exposure our local players are getting from all these top-seeded guys. I mean, we have the likes of Groenewald who's back here again, the likes of Nesser who's ranked 89th. Yeah, what does this mean for squash in Namibia? I mean, the exposure just itself.
Yeah, I think it's going to push the guys, and that's really what it's about. It's if you can see a high level and you can aspire to something, you can push towards that. And what we really want to achieve is for the juniors to see what level they really can achieve, so that we can actually move them through the ranks and get a thing going. And then looking at this as an Olympic sport in 2028.
Yes.
We really want to move the juniors through the ranks, and if you can show them something that they can live up to and a level they can live up to, that's really what we want to do with this tournament, and why we've really decided to try and make this as big as possible.
Lovely stuff. Well, from what you've seen so far, what have been your highlights of the tournament?
Well, there was some couple of games yesterday. I think Arno did a really good performance. He's a Namibian guy. He played Dewald, who actually Powerline's also involved with. But yeah, Arno played a phenomenal game, although the scoreboard doesn't quite say that. So it's been really good to see the Namibians. And then I think some difficult games yesterday. Damien Groenewald played a very difficult game. It's very lovely to see. But I think the squash tonight's going to be really nice. There's two Egyptians versus two South Africans. So a really all-African affair. So it's going to be really, really nice to watch those two games. And let's see, let the best man win.
Okay, well, like we know, the games are all going to be live on DSTV channel 285, GoTV, and we're also live streaming on our digital 1up2 channel for the viewers that are watching. For those that can make it here, for those that can't, do you have any message to share?
Just come down. If you can really watch this live, it's much better to see this live. So squash, unfortunately, is a very difficult sport to stream. Although it's easy to get it access, but the stream never does the live action any justice really. To really understand and appreciate how quick these players are and how athletic they are, you really have to come down and come watch this squash. And it is a fantastic opportunity for the Namibians to do that. So I encourage everyone to come down.
Boom. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Still seeing the first seed in the PSA BDO Namibian Men's Open 2024. Mohamed Nasser of Egypt warming up on court. His first quarter final delayed a tiny bit. On court, still one match in the Namibian Men's A Division Open. To conclude, looks like they are heading towards the end there. Andrew Fourie, South Africa, is playing Stockley van Horsten on one of these four courts. And Sporty HQ's live score showing it's one game all. First one going to van Horsten, 11-7, and then 11-3, a big margin for Fourie. He's currently 8-1 in the lead. That's the final result in the Namibian Open we're waiting for before we can shift all the attention to this quarterfinal. We're definitely going to see some super squash between Nasser and South Africa's Damian Groenewald, the first and the sixth seeds. Apologies. Groenewald also South Africa's number 2. Early this morning, I think 8:30, played start in the Namibian Open. They'll be continuing with the knockout competition tomorrow. In the men's A division, Lehigo van Rooyen received a bye. So he'll only be back in action tomorrow. He played in the first round of the PSA men's competition, losing out 3-0 to Yusuf El Sharif. El Sharif you see later this evening as well. So, of course, the players dropping out in the PSA BDO Namibian Men's Open. They were eliminated in the first or second rounds. They continue playing in the Namibian Open. Max Njala, he'll also only be in action tomorrow. Tomorrow, Ayomide Oladipupo, the Nigerian, he will play Samuel Kabwe. Callum Lawton, he beat Etienne Schutter today, 36 minutes, 9-11, 11-8, 11-7, 11-7. 3-1. Progressing to the next round tomorrow. They're playing 2 rounds tomorrow in the men's and ladies divisions of the BDO Namibian Open. So a tough day for the players. Waiting on them tomorrow. I was giving you some more scores. Rowan McNamara, he beat Michael Tritter. to continue in the second round tomorrow. Michael Basson, he's through to the next round. At some of the men's A division results. Let's look at some of those results of the ladies competition. Gwen Lister beat Belina Kukamur earlier today. She'll be playing Jolene Venter tomorrow. Annabella not victorious against Jacqueline Steenkamp. Not to play Rautenbach tomorrow. South Africa's Vasti Olofse beat Judy Rautenbach. She will have buys from tomorrow. Also buys for the winner then. The winner, Kirsten Voliter. She was victorious against Jolene Venter. Of course, you can find all of these results at sportyhq.com, and then action will start now very soon. Mohamed Nasser of Egypt on your right, playing Damian Groenewald in his first quarter-final of the PSA BDO Namibian Open 2024.
How's it? Andrew Forrest. And Andrew, yeah, Forrest.
Joining me is Andrew Forrest. Now, Andrew, play has been heating up since the first round. And with the number 1 seed playing in this first quarter-final against South Africa's number 2, Groenewald, I'm sure we're going to see some great action.
Yeah, no, for sure. We're definitely in for a big battle here. Nasir looked like he was unstoppable last night in the second round of the tournament. Damien came out all guns blazing yesterday as well. So we all say that Damien has got a lot of fight in him, and he's a guy that he doesn't go away.
He showed it. Yes, he definitely showed it yesterday.
Yeah, so it's going to be a good fight. I mean, there's always a lot of heat, especially now in Namibia at the moment, with the heat at what it is at the moment here. And I feel like there's going to be a bit of tension on court, but I think it's going to be a fantastic game.
Thanks, Andy. Andrew Forrest, that's the voice you're hearing on this broadcast. Both of them 21 years old. A little bit of a height advantage for Nasir. 6 feet, 5'7", Groenewald.
Yeah, I think it's going to play a big role because, I mean, the taller you are in squash, it's a lot easier to move around to the balls as well. If you're short, unfortunately, you have to take a couple more steps.
Yeah, but shorter players can be a bit more nimble.
Yeah, a lot more agile on court, especially with the game that Damien plays. He's got a very good, he's got a lot of racket skills, and he can delay the ball so well. And that is in a massive favor for him. Because with the tallness, it also takes you time to like move out of a shot if it has to be quick, sharp movements.
Andrew, on paper at least, do you think we'll have an upset? Can the South African progress to the semi-finals?
I hope so. We've got a lot of friends, and so like we compete with these guys a lot throughout the year, and we've all become good friends because we're always at the same places and same tournaments. So from the Namibian side, you'll have a lot of backing for Damien tonight. You'll hear the crowd going a lot for him. But it's a big task. I mean, Damien is seeded 6, playing the number 1 seed. So it's a big ask, but I feel like if Damien comes out and has all his shots are working for him, he could cause an upset, which would be a big upset. But he is the underdog in this match, definitely.
They're playing for $9,000 US. You see there some of the die-hard fans, a lot of those faces has been here since round one. I also see some new faces. If you are in Windhoek, of course, Windhoek is a small town. It's not a city. And most of us say you can still drive over to Wanderers quickly.
Now, come on, guys. It's going to take you 2 minutes to get you from the other side of Windhoek. Come enjoy it. There's cold beers, a lot of good atmosphere, good squash. We're in for an exciting evening. The BDO Open A section, B section, and the ladies sections have all started today as well. Games will start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock and the same 8 o'clock on Saturday. So come around, come watch some good squash, come cheer for the locals. Let's get ready for some action.
Brilliant squash still left. 2 full days of play left, and we're about to start now the first game between Nasir and Groenewald. Nasir, he started it off. He won the toss. Like in most games, they'll just be feeling each other out from the start. Testing the backhand, the front hand. Just keeping that ball on the line, playing from the tee.
So you'll see a lot of balls coming all the way to the back of the court in the beginning of the first game, as they work themselves out, work themselves into the match, before they start throwing in the counter punches, going for winning shots and everything.
It feels a bit hotter than yesterday and the day before, and that might also play a role.
Yeah,
at least not for the Nigerians.
No, so definitely the heat does play a role when it comes to ball temperature on the court. You'll see, you can even hear the difference. What a shot. You'll hear the difference of the sound it makes in the front wall, for one. Sounds like a bullet going off. But you can see the amount the ball is bouncing towards the back. So the players can take the route of slowing the ball down like Damien and them are doing right now, and then pushing for the counter attack exactly like Damien did there.
A lovely description there by Andrew. All even, 1 point each. One for Nasser, one for Groenewald. Groenewald is wearing the wrist guard. JP Brits told us yesterday that I think it's about a week ago, maybe 10 days, he broke his pinky.
Yeah, 10 days ago, last week Monday, he was just doing some court movement drills that we call ghosting, and he went in for a lunge and his front foot slipped and his hand did something funny and broke it on the knuckles. So not the ideal situation to be in, because I know he's a player that does really like in extreme lunges that he puts his hand down. As we saw last night, that he did have some pain, but like I said, he's a that he doesn't stop, and that's not going to stop him ever.
Still even at 2 all, applause then. 3-2. Nasser winning that point, taking the lead, but only the 1 point. They'll probably stay neck in neck, and South Africa's number 2, Groenewald, not showing that injury yesterday, maybe at times, but of course he's preparing for bigger things coming up in the African competition, also on the world scene. And the other South African in the quarterfinals, he'll be in action in the last match this evening. Dewald van Niekerk, he's his country's number 1 player. And he'll also be facing an Egyptian, Abdallah Hafez, respectively. Van Niekerk seeded 2nd and Hafez 5th. 4-2 now, a 2-point lead for Nasser. Nasser, if you didn't hear it earlier, is ranked 89th in the world. 5-2. So it's a bit of a step up for for Groenewald at number 241. That's why, Andrew, this will be quite an upset, like you already said.
Yeah, so like NASA is really high up in the world. I think he also gets the opportunity to play a lot more big tournaments like this. So on a basis of an upset, if Damien can pull off an upset here, he will probably be in the line for a player of the month for PSA, because that is a serious step to be the player in the top 100 and you're ranked so low.
Groenewald staying in touch, trailing with the 2 points. Shot dropped a bit there by Nasser. Groenewald putting him on the backhand, yes.
Yeah, there's some serious work going on here. These guys are really moving each other around.
They're writing the story of this first quarter-final in the PSA BDO Namibian Open.
I mean, for a Namibian Open, for the quarterfinal to start with this game is the first match of the evening. It's absolutely amazing. I mean, we haven't seen squash like this in a long time, and for our crowd, if you see the amount of people that have been here since Tuesday, and they've stayed right up until the last match, which is absolutely amazing. You can see the people are enjoying it, bringing the crowds in. So it's just an amazing thing to have like this on day 3, and it's only going to get better throughout the evening.
Suddenly Groenewald completely back in the picture at 5-all. Making the move now. I want to keep the concentration. Keeping a close eye on Nasser, unfortunately hitting the tin there, 6-5. Nasser with a 1-point lead again. Andrew, if you compare it to last year, the first PSA event in Windhoek, I saw most of that action as well. Do you think the play is already a step upward compared to last year?
This is because it's a 9K tournament. It opens up a field of players that are in a much higher range in world ranking wise. So these guys that are playing 9K events are trying to get their world rankings up high enough that they can qualify for events even bigger. So for us to be able to do this brings in much stronger contenders. I mean, last year, yes, we had fantastic players and it was a great tournament. But this year we've got Nasir that's in the top 100, that's coming all the way to Namibia to play a tournament, which is fantastic for us. Then we've got the SA #1 that's been on tour in Europe for the last year and a half, coming back to play this event. And he's just outside the top 100. So it's fantastic, and we are already in discussions to try and make this tournament even bigger next year, because this is how you build a sport. We're showing the spectators, we're showing juniors how great the sport is and how big it can get.
We must congratulate the NSA on another great event. Also, all of the sponsors, BDO, Powerline Africa, Wonders Sport Club, Dunlop and Debmarine. And now it's Nasser, he's pulling away 9-5.
Yeah, Damon has put in a few unforced errors at the end here, giving Nasser a good lead.
10-5, game ball.
A couple of 4 unforced errors there that's given Nasser the game ball for the first set. We've seen a very good first set so far. Some good attacking squash. I think Damien's going to have to go back and reevaluate how he was playing, because I think he just gave away a couple of free points there to Nasser, and after you've given the Egyptian too many points, he's definitely not going to let go. He's going to go for the kill.
First game going to the Egyptian, 11-5. It was 5-all at one stage. Groenewald will definitely come out. Will try to get back his focus during the short break.
Yeah, he's definitely going to have to go recap. I'm sure some of the other SA players are sitting with him right now and giving him some fantastic advice. like you see on the screen, a 9-minute first set, but I think this match can get a lot longer.
Like Andrew said, Nazir is amongst the top 100 players ranked by the PSA, and Dewald van Niekerk, like you said, just outside the first 100, ranked 118th.
Yes.
And there you just see the point summary.
For Dewald to probably get out of the top 100, it's going to probably be like 1 or 2 good results. This tournament could push him up as well. He's a fantastic player, and I think it's going to be fantastic to watch him play again tonight. He is one of our home favorites. He's been playing in Namibia for a long time, and he's been part of the Wanderers family for quite a bit of time as well. A lot of good friendships built here over the years. But for us, it's fantastic. Even with the players that come back every single year, to see new players come, build new bonds. Sport, it's not just squash. It's a sports thing. Sports builds friendships, brings people together, and we've seen that this week with the amount of players, even coming from different countries, how you build a bond with them so quickly because it's all for one sport, and that sport brings communities together.
Brilliant Namibian squash, really, the last couple of years.
Level.
Mixing it up, I would like to say, really driving that ball, going to the next level, and hopefully we'll see a lot more youngsters starting the sport at school, back with the action now. Groenewald stayed in touch in the first game.
Yeah, I think Groenewald probably maybe just lost a little bit of focus at the back end of the match, and that's when it's most crucial. Because that's when you're concentrating throughout the match, but when you get 5-all, 6-all, 7-all, those kind of things, that's the most crucial time when you don't want your focus to dip, because a person can run away. If your focus drops for 2 minutes, they run away with the match extremely quickly, especially at this level.
Saw a drop shot by Nazar winning in a point. Groenewald, previous point, playing it into the corner. Nazir still in the lead, 2-1. Rally's not that long at the moment.
No, I think the players are very unlucky bounce there for Damien. I see Damien's a bit, his length isn't hitting the back, so he's scrambling a lot at the moment. When you...
Yes, Nick.
Another net ball there. Also another awkward bounce for Damien. The rallies aren't as long as that I expected them to be. I thought they would be building the rallies a lot more. But I think that might also have to do with the heat. The players don't want to be on court for too long.
4-1.
4-1. Nazir adding yet another point. But Groenewald will have to show.
Yeah, Groenewald's got a lot of work to do here to get back in the match.
With the action still coming up for him, do you think with the injury as well that he doesn't maybe want to risk it to go all out and worsen that injury?
I think I don't know. I don't think it's going to bother him too much mentally, but I do know that like certain rallies, certain points where he has to really put his body on the line, and he has to push that hand down on the floor or against the glass or the wall, it really does hurt. I mean, yesterday after his match, he could barely take his shirt off because his hand was so sore. And so there is a possibility that it can affect his concentration in certain points, certain rallies. It would for me, if I had a broken pinky and I smack it against the wall, so I'm sure there might be a bit of concentration dips if it hurts. But like I said in the beginning, he's a guy that gives it his all and is not going to take all his concentration off.
We just saw a longer rally until Nasser got a bit of an elbow into Groenewald's face, but he was there immediately to make sure his opponent is okay. Rough shot by Groenewald. But Nasser, he's, like you said, he's the taller of the two at 6 feet.
Yes.
He just makes up the ground quickly.
Yeah, you can actually see like Damien's really putting some serious effort into Nasir's legs, but that height does help. And he's getting to the deep balls a lot easier. And also like Damien that got hit in, another thing that people don't always, his arm width is also much longer. So like that one, it wasn't like a real bad injury or something, but his swing is a lot bigger than people like Damien's as well.
Now Andrew Forrest, he's a bit taller than I am, quite a bit I think. So
What a
you've got
shot,
the longer
what
arms,
a
I've got
shot.
the shorter ones. Great shot, yes. And Nazir is pulling away now, leading 8-1.
No, I think Nasir has kind of figured out what Damien's going to do, and he's just pushing Damien to all the corners, and Damien hasn't been able to come up with an answer yet. I really do hope that Damien does figure out a game plan against Nasir. As one of our neighbor boys, would like to see him put up a good fight, but at the moment Nasir is really just being able to dominate the front of the court, dominate the back.
And
Asking for a let there.
Yeah. No, Led, I think the shot you would have played was a boast and not a straight to the front row.
I agree with what the ref had to say there. Damien was completely out the way, and there was no ways Nasir was going to be able to hit Damien with the ball there, as his body was in a position only to play off the side wall. Ref says no let, which is a fantastic call from JP Brits, another South African that we brought in to help us out on this tournament.
He was next to me yesterday. He knows the game extremely well. He knows these South African youngsters extremely well as well.
Yeah, JP's been around for quite some time and built up a lot of knowledge when he played on tour. Australia, Europe, America, all over the place. So he's got a wealth of knowledge when it comes to squash. That's it. Nasir takes the second set, 11-2. A real good performance there from Nasir. A real dominant performance from the number one. That's why he's the number one.
And that is first seed at the BDO Namibian Men's Open, this PSA event, their confirmation. 7 minutes played in the second game, 11-2. Groenewald at the end there clawed back 1 point, but it was maybe always too high a mountain for him to climb, and he's got one more chance to come back into this match.
Yeah, I think for Damien to come into this match, he needs to get control of the rallies. Nasir is really pushing him all over the court, so he's not able to get any baseline game going on. I feel like if Damien can just start getting the ball, controlling the ball to the back, getting Nasir to move around a bit more than what he has to. As you can see on the screen there, a lot of dominant points from Nasir, from one love down to...
It's a close relationship between Namibia and South Africa. And you'll hear also the supporters cheering on South African.
What I love about Namibian squash, even though we always, for one, we always support the underdog, and we always support our neighbors. But even if we're supporting one player more, the Namibian public always cheers for something that's amazing. So you'll hear the crowds also going for amazing shots like they did when Nasir hit the rolling nick. We do appreciate great squash and great points and great shots. So no matter who you are, the Namibian public's going to always appreciate something that you've done.
Groenewald, he did a bit better in the first game, 11-5, but also unforced errors. He'll try to keep those to a minimum in this third game. He's 2-0 down.
Now, as you can see, oh, that's a great shot. How does he pick all of that up? As you can see, Nasir's not letting Damien get any balls to the back of the court. He's volleying everything, taking everything early, and that's putting Damien under so much pressure because you have to react so much quicker and move so much faster.
The mistake by Nazir giving Groenewald that first point of the third game. And Nazir is mixing it up very well. No wonder he's seeded first.
Yeah, he's got an amazing ability to change the trajectory of a rally. It's from pace to volleys to slowing it down to attacking forwards, and this is like Damien's kind of game as well. But Damien's not getting the opportunity to play his own kind of squash game because he's constantly having to shuffle around because of Nasir. Like, as you can see, Nasir's barely letting any balls hit the black glass. And as a squash player, being a squash player myself, you hate it with the utmost passion if you cannot let your opponent hit a ball off the black glass, because you're totally scrambling. You can see Damien is scrambling all over the place just to try and get the ball back, and Nasir is permanently on the tee. There's one that goes to the back.
Yes, net. 2-1
Another let ball. That was a bit of a weird movement there from Nasir. I haven't seen somebody leave a ball like that to the back.
Nazir the 1 point lead, but in each of the previous two games we saw him
3-1
pulling away. There's another point for the Egyptian, 3-1.
Yeah, you can see that the pressure is extremely high. You can see Damien, he's not getting frustrated, but he just can't come up with a plan to get himself into the rallies.
But Groenewald is very calm and collected. Yesterday he played against Farouk Suleiman, who's a very vocal player.
Yes. Yeah, that was when we saw that in the draw that they would get each other, we knew that this is going to be a bit of a game to watch. They're both vocal players. Farouk especially showing his passion very early on in the match. But I think that once Damien just was able to just relax the whole mood on his own game. What a shot there! That was a fantastic shot from Damien.
And now 2-5.
Once he was able just to not let it bother him, then he actually ran away with the match.
A brilliant return from a good shot by Nazir
to a fantastic drop shot in the backhand for Damien. Oh, that's probably like the fifth unlucky bounce that Damien's had that's just caused so many problems for Damien tonight. I can see that Damien's a bit frustrated with his hand. I think it might be bothering a bit more tonight than it did yesterday.
Does spin play a role in squash? How big a role? Spin. Putting a bit of spin on the ball, or not as much as in
not as much
tennis.
as you see in tennis, no, because the spin, you lose the spin factor when it hits the front wall. So what we do here, what the squash players usually do, we open our face extremely open to take off pace of the ball, using the spin element to take pace off the ball, to take the ball forward or to slow it down.
Thanks,
what
Andrew.
a shot.
Yes.
Nasir is definitely turned up tonight. He's not here to play any long rallies. He's here to play his game, get off court, go have a shower and relax.
He's got that $9,000 US dollars in his sights, and of course he's 89th in the world, but a victory here will also give him points on the PSA ladder. Can Groenewald turn
that's
the table?
first mistake that we've seen from Nasir the entire night. That's we're in the halfway through the third set, and that's the first unforced error he's made. that just shows the consistency of any good player. Even like if you watch the top 10 in the world, that's the only reason why they're there. Not just because they are like extremely gifted and talented squash players, but they're so consistent when it comes to unforced errors. If you look at any sport, rugby, soccer, tennis, the person that wins normally is the guy that makes the least unforced errors. And he's showing that once again tonight. I've only seen him make one unforced error in the entire match so far.
Groenewald 5-8 down, like in the first game. Staying in touch with Nazir. But in the first game we saw from this point onwards that Nazir was quite clinical. He just started finishing it off.
9-5.
It's unfortunate. I think I really do like there's something upsetting Damien because he's not being able to play so freely that he's normally able to do at will. No matter under pressure or anything, he's normally able to play freely, and his shots are always on. But there's so many unforced errors tonight from his side, especially with his gifted drops that he has. They're just not sitting tonight.
But it's like in any sport, even the champion teams have got an off day.
Yes.
Once in a while.
Another lucky bounce there, but luckily Damien was able to get that one out. Nasir is really hitting those back wall nicks tonight.
10-5,
yes. Match ball.
Match ball to Nasir.
And let's see if we can finish this off with the next point. Other than on the backhand, Nazir often changing the direction quite quickly. Drop shot. Groenewald aiming for the corner, sending Nazir backward. And that one, I mean, there's not much you can do about a shot like that.
No,
Andrew.
not at all. That was a fantastic match from Nasir. That was a clinical performance from him. He really showed why he's in the top 100 in the world. Really pushing Damien all over the court, showing his class, showing his ability to keep a game under control. That was a fantastic game of squash from Nasir. He really dominated from point one.
That's Nazir moving on quite comfortably to the next round. It took him 27 minutes of play. 11-5, 11-2, and another 11-5. Andrew, like you said, yes, Groenewald, maybe just some unlucky finishes, some unforced errors. On another day, it could have turned out differently, but Nazir is definitely showing the intent. And I think the other 6 players still to play this evening, I think they'll be aware of him.
No, so I feel it was a fantastic clinical performance from Nasir. I think Damien will probably go back and think like he could have done a lot better. But at the end of the day, the person that makes the least unforced errors wins the match. And Nasir showed that he's got a world of class on his shoulders. As you can see, we still got some fantastic matches coming up with the Zimbabwe #1, Blessing Moati, and Gabriel from Zambia. It's going to be a fantastic evening. So come on, guys, come on around to Wanderers. Come have a good time. Come watch some great squash. I know there's a lot of squash players out there that aren't here. So come by, come have a good time, watch some great squash.
Or just come out and learn about a new sport, which is a brilliant sport, probably one of the fastest in the world. And Andrew, just one final question before we take a break. With squash getting into the Olympic Games, the last 2 years we had a PSA competition, and 2032 is not that far away in Brisbane, Australia. And the NSA is probably, you must have that also on the horizon.
Yeah,
least.
so with the Olympics, this is something that we've been fighting for from the PSA World Squash Federation side. We've been fighting for it for a long time. I remember In 2012, we ran massive campaigns. Back squash 2020. That was the first time that we were trying to push for Olympics. That didn't happen. The next Olympics, we were on the short list. That also didn't happen. So for us to get into the Olympics in America it's an absolute privilege, and that's what we're pushing. We've got a lot of good juniors, some good middle-aged senior squash players that all will be eligible. So from our side, from Wanderers' side, from NSA side, that was caught on TV.
No, you most probably not, Andrew. But I mean, like you said, that's what we're aiming for. If we can see Philip Seidler getting into the long distance swimming for a desert country like Namibia, why can't we see our flag in 2032 at the Olympic Games?
No.
But at least the IOC is now supporting squash as a shortlisted sport in the run-up to 2028 in Los Angeles.
It's a fantastic event for squash in the whole, because it does provide an essential different sources of income. And also when it comes to streaming rights, TV rights, those kind of things, it also boosts the sport. With the IOC climbing on, getting involved, it's fantastic for squash. I think there's a lot of nations around the world, Namibia being one of them, that we're really going to start pushing our players and our juniors to say, listen guys, look, this is an Olympic sport, this is an international sport, it can take you around the world. I've been privileged enough to be able to do it, and for our juniors to be able to just see this and listen and learn from the players and what they're doing and how they're doing it is a fantastic learning curve. We've got juniors that are been here the whole tournament from game one to the last matches. So that's what we want. That's the hype we want to build around squash in Namibia. And I feel like having events like this, players like this, being able to show the younger generation, guys, like, you can also get there, and we need our juniors to realize that this is not just a sport to come and do in the afternoon. This is something that you can take really seriously and benefit from.
Just to think about the $9,000 US up for grabs in this PSA BDO Namibian Men's Open. Quick arithmetic tells you if we use an exchange rate of 20, we very quickly
have a good paycheck.
A couple of 100,000.
Yeah.
So thank you, Andrew. We'll be taking a quick break, and then we'll be back with that second match on screen. Blessing Mwati taking on Gabriel Olofunmilayo.
Thank you very much.
Irango Med is a leading distributor, working in partnership with NewMed and WestMed to meet the comprehensive needs of the Namibian healthcare sector. As a partner pursuing sustainable global healthcare, we offer industry-leading medical solutions through our key focus areas, which include pharmaceuticals, orthopedics, ophthalmology, surgical devices and capital equipment, as well as a well-established scientific laboratory division. In healthcare, Irango Med is committed to making a difference. What about you?
So I'm joined by Gabriel all the way from Nigeria. Gabriel, you played a tough match against Abel yesterday. Let's just touch on that. How did you enjoy that game and how tough was it?
We've been playing together for a while now, back in Nigeria, so it's a tough run though, but I know my ways.
Okay, getting ready for the tournament, there's a lot of money on the table. Just tell me, how did you prep for this one and how did you get ready?
I'm fully ready. My opponent from Zimbabwe, Blessing Mwati, is a good player too, but today I'm going all out and see what the result will be.
Okay, let's talk about your time in Namibia. I know it's your second time here. You were here last year, but I spoke to Abel earlier. Abel told me it's cold. He doesn't like the fact that it's so cold. It's heavy to breathe. You have to get adjusted to the weather. How do you find the weather in Namibia compared to in Nigeria?
Yeah, it's cold for us here in Namibia. Nigeria is very hot, so if you can see, my lips are dry, so it's cold, and I found it's difficult in breathing on cold. So, well, I'm getting acclimatized with the weather now. So.
And if we have to speak about food, do you miss the food at home? How do you find the food here? We claim to have the best meat, or we say we have the best meat in Africa or in the world most probably. So what are your thoughts on the food here?
Actually, we come with fruit from Nigeria, but yesterday we tasted rice and chicken with potato here in Namibia food. So, and I feel it's very nice. I like it. I would like to have more of that.
Compared to the food at home, what are your thoughts on our food?
No place like home, so I feel my food is still the best. But trust me, Namibia have got a very nice food and a very nice environment.
Okay, well, for the Nigerian fans that are watching you from home, do you have any message for them that will be watching this?
Yeah, I'm going to make them proud, and I so much appreciate everyone watching for their support, and I'm hoping to win this tournament. To be a big achievement for me in this tournament.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Whatever she decides next has the ability to impact an entire country in ways no one could ever imagine.
Buying Team Namibian is a choice you make for us, not just for you. Join the 2.5 million strong team that grows stronger with every single Team Namibia purchase. Team Namibia. Together, our future is brighter.
Neo Paints is proud to call Namibia home. For more than 70 years, Neo Paints has been inspired by this country's natural colors and beauty to produce the wide variety of trusted quality paints we have become known for. Proudly Namibian by nature, Neo Paints has over the years involved itself in several key projects across the nation, bringing lasting beauty, premium paints to liven up both indoor and outdoor environments. As durable as the Namib Desert, Neo Paints has stood the test of time through all weather conditions, leaving a lasting impression on the hearts and the minds of all Namibians. Neo Paints Namibia, a coat of excellence.
The best just got better. Parata's fiber packages that give you unbeatable internet speeds at unbelievable prices. Enjoy speeds of up to 15 megabits per second, starting from just 500 Namibian dollars excluding VAT. Sign up now for these fiber packages that are pushing the boundaries of innovation, so you can enjoy more connectivity, faster browsing at even more affordable prices. Visit your nearest Paratus offices to find out more, or go to paratus.africa/Namibia to sign up online.
Always prepared. Paratus.
Meet Christine, an office snacker with a craving for treats, but a budget to stick to. Fortunately, the Synergy chatbot has her covered. With just a few taps, Christine can find the latest specials on snacks, satisfying her cravings without breaking the bank. And then there's Brian, who's out on a date with the most beautiful girl in Vincent. But even romance can't distract Brian from his love of sports updates. Luckily, the Synergy chatbot keeps him in the loop so he can stay connected while enjoying his evening. Finally, there's Henriette, who loves to stay informed with the latest news. Unlike other boomers, Henriette knows that she can conveniently access daily newspapers via the Synergy chatbot. Whether it's snacks, sports, or news, the Synergy chatbot has something for everyone.
OneUp2.com and Network Media Hub on YouTube. Back live with more action from the PSA BDO Namibian Open 2024. Some of the spectators also taking a bit of a break. Just to update you, who've just joined us. The first quarter-final, first seed Mohamed Nasir of Egypt. 11-5, 11-2, 11-5. The score against South Africa's Damian Groenewald. Groenewald currently injured. He was seeded in the 6th place for this PSA event. Up next on court will be Zimbabwe's #1 player, Blessing Mkwati. Is, I think, the oldest player in action at this tournament. Not quite. He's 29, the oldest player yesterday, 30 years old. But he's got that experience. He played a lot of his squash in South Africa as well. Seeded 8th. He'll be up against Nigeria's Gabriel Olufunmilayo, 3rd seed. No surprises in the first quarter final with the first seeded player going through. After that, Sam Gerrits of the Netherlands will be playing against Yusuf El Sharif, yet another Egyptian player. Spoke outside to Gerrits a bit. His first time in Namibia, so my question was, what brought you here? And he said, the $9,000 prize money for the winner of this competition. He's staying with the Namibian player Arno Diekman, he told me. And he's really enjoying Namibia on his first visit. Might see him back in the future. Gerrits ranked 221st in the world. He beat Germany's 18-year-old Van Koch yesterday. 3 straight games. What a gap. Koch ranked 356th by the PSA. Koch also 18 years only. Sam Gerrits, 19 years old. And Mkwati up next. Like I said, he's got his experience at 29 years of age. And at 26 years old, Olufunmilayo has also got more experience. You might see this quarterfinal up next, going into more than 3 games. More than enough time allowed on court. Also action still in the BDO Namibian Open Men's A division. It's Jonathan Just of Germany playing, just says here on Sporty HQ, Francois Jr. Just is up 2 games. 11-2, 11-2, currently 3 points all. Christoph Knutse, he beat Franco Lambert 3-0. And the Zambian Elvis Ngosa, he beat Peter Meverson also 3-0. Like Andrew Forrest said a while ago, lots of squash still coming your way. Some of the results of the Namibian Open Men's B Division. Andre Botha, he's got a bye. He will be playing Sheldon Fourie tomorrow at 11:30. Dirk van Niekerk, he beat Liam Gerber. Straight games, 11-2, 11-2, 11-1, only 13 minutes that match. Van Niekerk, he will face Oliver Daub tomorrow. Andrew Forrest, you heard him a while ago. His co-commentator, he got past Dewald Dieman, 11-3, 11-4 and 11-5 in 17 minutes. Tomorrow Forrest will be playing Burger van Niekerk. Gerard Brouwer also going into the second round after he beat Arlo Pretorius. Charles Sillier, he beat Alvin Lowe. Abdul Yester, he got past Sergio de Sousa. Yester will play Francois Hanekom. Tomorrow, some more matches for you. Karl Estreisen playing Jeff Brussel. Rudy Kukamu, one of the veterans, until recently president of the Namibia Squash Association, up against Heathland Kluter. JJ Loubser, schedule shows he's got a bye tomorrow. And you can find all of this information at SportTHQ, sport like in the normal spelling, add a Y, Sporty, and then HQ.com. And just then in the search window, type in PSA BDO Namibian Open at 2024. There's a lot of different sports tournaments that's hosting their scores on this platform. The two youngsters there on court. They're warming up the court, it seems, for Mpati and Olafun Milayo. Originally scheduled for 6 p.m. OneUp2.com and Network Media Hub, keeping you company at the BDO Namibian Open 2024. You can join us again tomorrow. And then from 6:30 on Saturday for the finals of this great event. And here's those youngsters. You see the name Namibia there, like Andrew said. And they're looking for more young players. aiming maybe for the 2032 Olympic Games. That is, if squash gets that final green light that they've been pleading for decades already. Let's take another short break while we're waiting for the second quarter-final to get underway.
Neo Paints is proud to call Namibia home. For more than 70 years, Neo Paints has been inspired by this country's natural colors and beauty to produce the wide variety of trusted quality paints we have become known for. Proudly Namibian by nature, Neo Paints has over the years involved itself in several key projects across the nation, bringing lasting beauty, premium paints to liven up both indoor and outdoor environments. As durable as the Namib Desert, Neo Paints has stood the test of time through all weather conditions, leaving a lasting impression on the hearts and the minds of all Namibians. Neo Paints Namibia, a coat of excellence.
Taking flight has never been easier. Paratus is introducing Sky-Fi internet packages with speeds that will have you reaching for your seatbelts, starting from $500 Namibian excluding VAT per month, with speeds reaching up to 10 megabits per second. There's even a prepaid option where you can top up your Sky-Fi internet for just $15 Namibian per gigabyte. No contracts, no fuss. Visit your nearest Paratus branch to find out more, or go to paratus.africa/Namibia to sign up online.
Always prepared. Paratus.
It all starts with a vision to create campaigns that connect and inspire. At Synergy, we blend creativity with strategy, crafting marketing solutions that resonate deeply with local audiences and beyond. From social media to media buying, our tailored approaches ensure your brand reaches the right people at the right time. We go beyond business, fostering connections, empowering communities, and driving real impact. Whether it's a local event or a national campaign, our work brings brands closer to the heart of Namibia. Our partnerships with leading platforms like Network Media Hub, NTV, and Print Media Hub ensure your brand has access to premium visibility across all channels. With Synergy's innovative tools from Network Innovation Hub, such as AfriWallet, e-ticket, and the WhatsApp chatbot, we streamline customer engagement and transactions, making every interaction effortless. Together, we drive results and foster real connections. We are Synergy, more than marketing, more than strategy. Together, we build brands that inspire, connect, and create a lasting impact. So much more than just campaigns. Synergy, creativity that connects.
Explore the beauty of Namibia with our car rentals. From wide open spaces to the plains of Namibia's national parks, enjoy the freedom of the open road. Go anywhere you want, whenever you want. We've got you covered, even in the most remote locations. Visit our website and see what we have to offer.
Just a correction, it's 7 o'clock. That is the scheduled time for this next quarter-final, second of 4 matches this evening at the PSA BDO Namibian Open. On court, you can see Gabriel Olofinilayu seated third in the tournament. He's to your left, came in second on court. In the red shirt is Zimbabwe's number 1, Blessing Wati. Again, maybe a tiny height advantage. And if the warm-up is anything to go by, we have an excellent match. In the previous one, South Africa's number 2, Damian Groenewald, looked a bit winded, carrying an injury. Going out, of course, he'll be joining the Namibian Men's Open A division. He lost out to Mohamed Nazir, the first seed. And speaking to all the players here, also the players from abroad, they know Nazir, extremely dangerous, 89th in the world. More fixtures for you, as will be tomorrow in the BDO Namibian Open Men's B competition, Deep B division. Adrian Hubert will play Liam Gerber, Daniel Gous up against Gerald Himan, Morris Pillay against Herlu Pretorius, Philip Balal. He will take on Alvin Lowe, Tini Botha against Sergio de Sousa. Isaac Smith playing Andrew Riemann and Joseph Galola playing RP Loubser. That's the men's B division, men's A division. Tomorrow, Legal van Rooyen against Elvis Nkosa. Max Anjala taking on the Andrew Fourie, Ayomide Oladipo against Samuel Kabwe, Callum Lawton, also a Zimbabwean, against Manda Shilambwe.
Blessing is Zimbabwean, but he's based in the Netherlands.
We will be taking a very, very quick break before we're back.
He studied at UJ.
Taking flight has never been easier. Paratus is introducing Sky-Fi internet packages with speeds that will have you reaching for your seatbelts. Starting from $500 Namibian excluding VAT per month, with speeds reaching up to 10 megabits per second. There's even a prepaid option where you can top up your Sky-Fi internet for just $15 Namibian per gigabyte. No contracts, no fuss. Visit your nearest Paratus branch to find out more. Or go to paratus.africa/Namibia to sign up online.
Always prepared. Paratus.
Second of the 4 quarterfinals announced officially. Blessing Mwati, 8th seed, taking on Gabriel Olufumilayo of Nigeria, 3rd seed. Let's just take a look at the world rankings. Mwati at number 321 on the PSA list. And Olufumilayo is at number 175. Almost the same number of places between them. Feel free to visit psasquashtour.com, where you can also find the live scores of the PSA BDO Namibian Open in Windhoek. A lot of other squash news and information. I finished the warm-up now. Supporters waiting for the action to start. Only moments before we'll see this quarterfinal starting. With us again, Stephen Berry. Welcome back. And I'm sure you're happy with the play so far.
Yeah, the level of squash has been phenomenal. It's a huge step up from the squash that we witnessed last year. And I mean, even last year we couldn't stop talking about the fantastic level that we were witnessing.
Andrew Forrest, he had exactly the same opinion as Stephen Berry. The third seed playing the eighth. Do you think this one, will it be a bit closer than the previous one between Nazir and Groenewald?
Yeah, so this should be a very close one. Obviously Gabriel is the favorite to win this one, but the Blessing's a player that's playing on the international circuit, touring the world, focusing his game in the Netherlands, in Rotterdam. But they play a very similar game. They like to play long rallies as we're witnessing here. So their strength is wearing their opponent down, because both of these guys are incredibly fit and they can just run for days and play a high level of squash and intensity at the same time. And obviously here in Windhoek at altitude, with the ball bouncing like it does, this plays into both of their strengths. So it should be an entertaining game, with Gabriel taking the first point.
And out 1 love.
And already a good rally to start off with, so I think you must strap yourself in for a longer match than the first quarter-final we saw. Olafun Milayo taking the first point. Remember, up next will be Sam Gerrits playing Yusuf El Sharif, and then Abdullah Hafez against Dewald van die Kerk. Two more great matches.
Out of court.
And Stephen, I think you'll be back in action tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I think I'm playing the youngster Franco Lambert tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm just glad that the matches are finishing a little bit earlier today. Obviously, organizing and playing is quite draining on a person. So I've left the club at 12:30, or got home at 12:30 each night now, and getting back to the club at 7 o'clock in the morning. So feeling quite lethargic, but if I can get a good early night sleep in, then I'm looking forward to tomorrow's match.
Stephen Berry, he's running around like those players. It just doesn't end after an hour. Thanks for all your hard work, Stephen. 3-2 now. Olafun Milayo taking that 1-point lead. Stephen, they're taking longer than, for example, we saw Nazir. Quickly, maybe checking the opponent out, but then quickly starting with those shots, just trying to get the point.
Yeah, 100%. But as I said earlier, both the Zimbabwean Blessing Mohati and Gabriel from Nigeria, they are used to playing in hot conditions, and they enjoy the running game. They just, again, it's one of those who's the fittest player kind of situation, who can last the longest. I think this is going to be a match where we'll see the winner is going to be the player that looks stronger after the third or fourth set, because they're both incredibly fit, incredibly strong. And yeah, if you watch them train, I mean, both of these players have spent a lot of time on court since they've arrived, training day in, day out, whether it's 9 o'clock at night. So this is now since Saturday or Sunday when they arrived. They've just been on court hitting balls. They get here early in the morning, they're hitting balls. So both of them are really, really fit. And I think that's what it's going to be. It's going to be a test of endurance, and we'll see who's the fitter of the two. I think that's literally what it's going to be about, because you can see they play a very similar game. They're playing for length and
right side,
just waiting for their opponent to make the mistake. Whereas Nazir, as you mentioned, playing that typical Egyptian squash, the flare squash, where they go for their go for their trick shots, go for their unpredictable shots, and they make it very difficult to read. So, yeah, I think that's the difference between them and the Egyptians. That's their way of play, and that's been built and bled into their style of squash. And that's why, I mean, just the top 6 in the world out of the top 10 come from Egypt, men and women. You know, the Egyptians are just an unbelievable breed of squash players, and
they are definitely. And Mokwati hit the tin twice now in the last couple of points, allowing Gabriel to open up the gap. And like you say, they'll be trying to wear each other out.
You see the picking the pace up a little bit there just to try and change things up. Blessing has fallen behind 6-2 already. We have to remember that Gabriel was he came third in last year's Namibian Open, where he was defeated by Damien Groenewald in the semi-finals. So both of them come with a very big resume. As I say, Blessing has been playing a lot of squash overseas now, just to try and get his game to that next level. And I was listening to Mohamed Nazir having a chat on air just now, where he was talking about the difficulty of playing the squash in Windhoek at altitude. You know, he said if the temperature was 5 degrees cooler, he would have happily started playing his flary Egyptian-style squash. But that kind of squash is obviously high risk, especially at altitude in this temperature. And you know, so that's why everyone's playing the more conservative defensive style of squash at the moment.
North Africa, of course, is on the doorstep of Europe. Short distance for them to travel to tournaments in Europe. Like you say, Gewald, not Groenewald, yes, he did very well last year as well. So, you know, he came up against was a difficult draw in the end for him.
It was, and I mean, excuse me, Mohamed Nasir has been playing his squash on the international circuit. He's got a very high ambitions with for his squash at the moment. Currently ranked in the top 80. He's got a target of reaching the top 60 this season, and by next season he wants to reach the top 50. And the level of competitiveness within the top 100 squash players in the world is at a totally different level. I think if you compare squash now to what it was 10, 15, even 20 years ago, I wouldn't say the top players are necessarily better than what the top players were then, because you still had amazing squash players playing, you know, Gregory Gaultier, Nick Matthews, Rami Ashur. You know, those guys they would probably still be top 10 in this era, but the amount of world-class squash players, that has definitely improved in my opinion. So that has made squash a lot more competitive than what it was 10, 15 years ago in my opinion, and it's become so much more difficult to break into the top 100, the top 50, and that's where you need that exceptional, something different. You need that different flares, and I think that's where the African players might be struggling to break into that top 100 in the world, is because they play the running squash, they play the basic squash very well, but they don't necessarily always have the flair that the Egyptians and a lot of the European players have.
Game ball now for the Nigerian. Mokwate again hitting the tin. He came back, pulled back that 4th point. But
yeah, so you'll see, once again, very similar game plans by the look of it, but Blessing has made quite a few basic errors, and Gabriel actually hasn't made any. He's been very consistent. See a stroke there to Gabriel as he takes the game there. Yeah, Gabriel's been very consistent. He hasn't made any basic errors. He's just waited for Blessing to make those mistakes, and that's what he's done.
A longer first game, 10 minutes, as you can see there. 11-4. Olofin Mulayo at 1 game up. in the second quarter-final. But Stephen, like you say, they just play a slower game. And if Mkwati, you know, he had made a couple of unforced errors as well in the first game. So he should want to get rid of those and keep in the second game longer and put the Nigerian under pressure.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to be the discussion between him and his team there. As you see the score there, from 2-all till 8-2, Blessing just making a couple of silly mistakes, hitting the tins off balls that weren't really too difficult, going for drives that come off the sidewall, which obviously then comes back to the middle, and then Gabriel capitalizing on those loose shots. So that's exactly what they'll be talking about. Just tighten it up, keep focusing on those lengths, but you've got to get those lines nice and tight, and wait for Gabriel to make those mistakes, which he hasn't done. So it'll be interesting to hear what they'll be saying in order to address that and try and get those mistakes out of Gabriel.
30 seconds.
Stephen, obviously Mohamed Nasir is the favorite, being the first seed, but maybe amongst the remaining players, have you maybe got another favorite who you think has got an outside shot?
Yeah,
a
look,
chance
I mean,
to win the title.
We can't look past Dewald van Niekerk. Dewald squash at the moment. We saw him playing Arno Dickman yesterday, and I think I don't think the scoreboard did Arno much justice, because he didn't do much wrong. He played a really good game. His lengths were good. His lines were good. But Dewald is just that consistent. He's that fast. His movement on the court is unbelievable. And his consistency is just second to none. Where Mohamed Nasir does have the flair and he's got the little bit of unpredictability about him, I think Dewald will be the one player that can negate that in this tournament, because he has been playing a lot of high-level PSA tournaments across Europe. So he's played a lot against a lot of Egyptians. He's beaten a lot of Egyptians. I'm not sure if they've played each other head-to-head yet, but I think Dewald's the one guy. He just doesn't make mistakes. And look, let's be honest, Gabriel's squash compared to where it was last year is looking very good. He's not making mistakes. He's very consistent. We haven't seen any real or many unforced errors, at least. I think there might have been one now. But yeah, he's had a very good tournament as well, and he's really dominated the opponents he's had so far. So those are probably the two that might stand a chance, but I think Dewald and Mohamed Nasir, if they reach the final, will be one heck of a game.
It's Blessing Mkwate, the Zimbabwean, showing intent, winning the first point of the second game.
Another unforced error from Blessing, which we didn't see yesterday. So he won't be happy with the way he's making these mistakes right now.
You mentioned Arno Dickman. He was the only Namibian to reach the second round. Those matches played yesterday. Like you said, at times, you know, Arno looked very good. Lost 3-11, 2-11, 6-11.
Yeah.
So especially, you know, he fought until that last game.
Yeah.
I think he made Namibia proud.
He did, and I mean, if you look at the Namibian Open from 2 years ago when Dewald van Niekerk won that tournament, no one in the whole tournament managed, even in the finals, managed to get more than 4 points against Dewald van Niekerk. So, you know, and Dewald's squash since then has definitely improved. I mean, he's playing in England under former world number one Nick Matthews. And his squash is improving in leaps and bounds. So for Arno to have rallied him like he did, I mean, he was playing a good game, but at the end, Dewald it's a question of who can play the most consistent shots for the longest, you know what I mean? You know, where Arno was playing maybe 10, 15 or 20 shots, Dewald would play 100 of them. You know, he was just... And this is exactly the conditions that Dewald enjoys. He wants the ball bouncing, he wants the ball moving, because he is just one of those incredibly fit squash players with some of the best movement you'll see. Great shot there from Blessing. As he pulls it back there, he's got a good lead now of 5-2, and looks like he's definitely changed some of his ideas in the game there for the set.
Like we said, he said he would come back. That's exactly what he's doing.
And out 3-5.
5-3 now. This point went to the Nigerian.
Oh, Blessing won't be happy with that. Gabriel gave him a few shots down the middle of the court, giving Blessing the opportunity to sort of work him around, send the ball around. And when the ball goes down the middle of the tee, you won't want to be tilling those at that level. Oh, that's a great shot there. Made full use of the opportunity this time. Ball went down the middle, played a great shot, hit the nick. Can't do anything about that. He would have definitely wanted to have done that with the previous points. There we go. He's starting to play some attacking squash now, and he seems to have caught Gabriel slightly off guard. So let's see if Gabriel can counter this and how he'll respond.
Kwati up 7-4 now. Looking good, much better than in the first game.
So so Blessing will have Sam Gerrits from the Netherlands in his corner, and Sam is, I think he's the number 4 seed in the tournament, so he would have definitely given Blessing some good advice and some good tips to counter the way that Gabriel is playing at the moment.
Still
There's an opportunity. Oh no, Gabriel won't be happy with that. Again,
8-4.
Blessing playing a loose shot, and this time Gabriel making the unforced error off the loose shot. So that's what the guys don't want, and that's at the end of the day, who's going to capitalize off those loose shots. At this level, you cannot afford to be making so many mistakes when the ball is loose and you've got that opportunity to attack.
Kwati, the Zimbabwean, he's definitely looking much more relaxed in this second game.
So that was a very good boast there. I think the way he's shaped for that shot, Blessing was expecting a shot to go back to the back of the court, cross court or down the line. So he was caught slightly on the back foot there.
6-8.
A lively crowd. Between each point, discussing this match. 8-6. It's Olafun Milayo. He's closing the gap now. Kwati, however, he won't lie down. Drop shot and great reach.
No, Blessing will not be happy with that. Great fetching from Gabriel.
7-8.
Stretching those legs, hamstrings working, groins working, hip flexors. But yeah, great recovery. But that was a great opportunity for Blessing to finish off that point. And once again, the guy at this stage, they've made quite a few mistakes in this game off the loose shots. Stroke ball.
Yes, late.
Oh, just a let.
7-8.
That fetch by Olafun Milayo was the most athletic move we've seen in this match in the second game. Still this 1 point lead for Mkwati from Zimbabwe.
Oh no, once again. Opportunity was there. He had Blessing stuck behind him. It would have been a tough shot for him to recover from there and get that ball. And once again, opportunity not taken, hitting the tin.
Nine, 7, 2 point lead. It's 2 points away from taking the second game.
Oh no, once
Another
again.
one.
It is very good squash, but they're making silly mistakes, and the mistakes are coming off the loose shots off their opponents. So I don't know if they're trying too hard to take those points. I can't really see any reason for them making these mistakes at this stage. Rushing themselves, putting too much pressure on themselves to make sure that it's a winner, because obviously, you know, the ball is so bouncier that they're trying even harder to get that ball millimeters above the tin to make it more difficult for their opponent. But I think at this stage they should just get back to the basics. Oh, look, you see, when it does come off like that, it looks great. But at this stage, they've both missed several of those opportunities.
Game ball for Mkwati. Driving mid-court. Putting Gabriel on the backhand.
Oh.
And once again, finding the tin, unfortunately.
it feels almost like both of them have become their own worst enemies. They're both making mistakes off shots that they should be taking home every day of the week.
It's Gabriel staying in it. 9, 10. Wati dropping it.
There's the lob there, changing it up a little bit.
Good mix of shots now. Still trying to wear each other out at the end of the second game. But Stephen, I think whatever happens, both of them will come back much more focused for the game after this. Mwati would like to make it 1 each.
Yeah,
and
look,
I'm sure none of the two really want to take this to 5 games in the seat.
Yeah, exactly that, and that's what I was about to say. Oh no, Blessing will not be happy with that. He had game ball. He's had 2 opportunities to win the game, so he won't be happy with that. But Gabriel he'll be chuffed. I mean, he's pushed hard to come back from there. I think he was 5-1 down at one stage. Yeah, now it's a tiebreaker. Winner's got to win by 2 points. But yeah, to answer your question, Dani, he's got him here. Oh, good pickup. Nope, ref calls it a double bounce. Yeah, so, I mean, a couple of these players are really pushing hard. They've reached their limit. And a few of the players have walked off court after big matches, rushing to the bathroom again. Won't be happy with that unforced error.
Yes, all square once again. He had another game ball. Mwati once again an error.
But yeah, as I was saying, so a lot of the players have really reached their limits, and I mean, talking out of the box now, they've walked off court. They've gone and had to be sick in the bathroom because of the lack of oxygen and the intensity of the squash, the length of the rallies that they're playing. So it's just tough at this level. This is very tough conditions for these players that simply aren't used to what we've got to offer here.
Still amazing stamina, both by Mwati and Olufunilayo. Again, the reach by Gabriel.
It's a very good pace that they're playing at. I mean, it's a high-paced rally, high-paced squash overall. There's a chance. Plays the basic shot. Nothing wrong with that. I'm glad to see that it's been a nice, clean game. Neither of them deliberately running into each other, looking for lets. I can't actually recall if there have been any lets or strokes in this match yet. So that's great to see, and that's what the crowd wants to see, because when it gets scrappy, then it's not a pleasure to watch anymore.
Speeding it up now for a moment there. Mwati then playing
good
the
drop
shot.
Fetch. Well, this rally is going to hurt those legs for sure. They'll definitely want to be going make use of those recovery socks after this at the Biokinet assist. Much better. There haven't been many loose shots for them to capitalize on in this rally. This is tough, no matter how fit you are. This is going to take a lot out of both of them.
Huge game, second game.
When the opportunity came, it was there, and he hit the tin, but that's a fatigue shot. I think that took everything out of Blessing. He won't be happy. He won't want to be going down 2 love at this stage. So I think this rally should be a big rally. So let's see what Blessing can do if he can pull it back here.
Mwati had a couple of chances, and now Olufunilayo is in the driving seat. He's got his first game ball in this second game now, coming from behind.
Right, so. Exceptional pace here. Another killer of a rally for both guys. They are definitely going to enjoy that cold drink of water. Oh, it's back to 12 all.
Great stuff.
Blessing going Gabriel going for the boast drop there.
Neither giving an inch at the moment.
the standard of the set has picked up and improved a lot now. We haven't seen any basic mistakes. Oh, he's got the chance. Good fetching, good running there by Gabriel.
Great action, another long rally here at the BDO Namibian Open. It's men's PSA action. This is everything we've expected, Stephen.
This is exactly what we expected. I mean, both of these guys, they play a very similar game. They like to wear their players, their opponents down. They're both loving this. But I'll tell you what, we're all human, and every one of us have our limits. And this is going to be a test of endurance for both of them. Blessing, turning that when you can see the frustration. In these conditions, it becomes very difficult. We haven't seen any winners, or very many winners. Most of them have come off the players' mistakes, off unforced errors.
Most matches also only lasting 3 games so far. That's definitely the longest first 2 games we've seen since day 1 on Tuesday. 13-12, Nigerian again on game ball.
Look, and the matches are just going to get longer as we go along. As from here onwards, it's going to be strength versus strength. You know, if you lose, you're out. So all these players that are going to be playing each other they're going to be playing against someone else that's been unbeaten as well. That's a very good drop there by Blessing. Good fetching by Gabriel. He just gets, well, both of them really just get to everything.
Also a test of will. Takes a lot of concentration.
Oh, it's a very good drop there by Blessing. You can hear the crowd really appreciating that.
Loud applause. A great play. He's back into it. Wati. Drop shot. But Gabriel, he's moving fast as well.
Oh, a little bit of, there we go. A little bit of deceptive shot there. He held his shot nice and long. And Gabriel committed to the drive down the forehand. Oh my goodness. Blessing. That was not what you wanted right now. You had game ball to serve out in this situation. Is absolutely unforgivable. You can see the frustration as he goes and hits that into the tin. Blessing really needs to refocus now.
That really got to him. He was not very happy at all. It was another excellent chance to clinch the second game, come back into it, make it 1 each.
Blessing will not be happy with that. Gabriel will be delighted. Minutes for 2 sets is tough. That's difficult squash. So kudos to both of them. They are both playing well. They're fetching well. They just need to make sure that they don't make those mistakes when they get the opportunity. When the shot's on, they've got to capitalize because making those mistakes is costing them the match. And obviously also, I mean, for example, if Blessing hadn't made those mistakes early on, he could have taken that game before it got to a tiebreaker.
Now the third game might even stretch longer. And I think Wati, he will come out guns firing because he must pull back a game.
So we can see on the screen there
the seesaw clearly.
On screen there, the Zambian players in front. Elvis, Lukambu, Samuel and Manda, and just behind them we've got the Zimbabweans, the ladies Natasha and Polite, and the gentleman on the left there is Talent from Zimbabwe. Also right up front there with the moustache, the best moustache in this tournament by far is Jonathan Just, all the way from Hermanus in South Africa. So it's great seeing the players from all the different countries here supporting all the players and enjoying the squash.
Do not go anywhere. A lot more great action coming your way on oneup2.com and on YouTube, the page of Network Media Hub. And if this is the standard of play in the quarterfinals, it's the third day of the BDO Namibian Men's Open PSA competition. We'll definitely see even better play tomorrow, and looking forward to a great final on Saturday. Late afternoon, early evening, 7 o'clock, I think, Stephen.
Yeah,
Final
we've got
PSA
so
on
much squash to
Saturday.
come.
Yes.
I think the main final will be round about that time. But I mean, never mind the PSA division. We've witnessed some unbelievable squash in the men's A division as well. So the standard of squash, I mean, we've got 32, I would say, of Africa's finest squash players competing here, as well as a couple of foreigners from Germany, the Netherlands, and so forth. So yeah, it's something that we can really enjoy and really must savor the moment. As Gabriel's pulled off into a 2-love lead. Here's a chance. Yep. Good fetching there by Blessing. Oh, Blessing is on control now. Let's see if he can capitalize. But Gabriel he's like a rabbit at this stage, just fetching everything. Oh, a little fade, look in the wrong direction. Oh, a couple of trick shots coming out from Blessing.
I teased him. He had a similar shot in that previous game when he almost clinched the previous game. We played a very similar shot. It was a bit more to the left.
You can see Gabriel Blessing struggling there with all these intense running. It's really getting to him. He's looking very fatigued now, coughing up a little bit there, so I hope he's okay. The intensity of this match has been of the highest standard. But yeah, I mean, Blessing was chasing Gabriel around there in that 2 rallies ago. But Gabriel just showing his class, fetching everything, making sure he doesn't make any mistakes.
Some might say the 3 years age difference play a role, but that's so close. These players on the professional circuit, they're really working hard day in and out. But like Stephen, like you said, I mean, it's just a question of fatigue. Will catch up with one of them in the end.
And now 5-1.
This is probably the first time we've seen Blessing tiring in this entire tournament. He is looking fatigued. He's looking like he's struggling. And Donnie, exciting thing. Next week we have the All Africa Championships, and these two guys will be playing each other again. So I wonder what they will have learned from playing each other now, and you know how they will change their game for the All Africa when they're representing their respective countries, Zambia and Nigeria.
They have time, in other words, to do a bit of homework.
Great shot there, Blessing. Gabriel showing great sportsmanship, acknowledging the good shot. I think from here, Blessing is in a position where, you see, changing the game up, moving away from the basic, consistent game and trying something different. And that has caught Gabriel off guard, and he managed to, there we go, 3 points in a row. So Blessing's clawed his way back into the set. Let's see if he'll continue with those trick shots and unpredictable shots and try and shorten the rallies up a little bit instead of trying to, there we go, he's hit the ball out the top.
And now 7-4.
Blessing certainly showing that he wants to play the shorter game now, shorter rallies, going for the aggressive winners, where Gabriel still seems happy to just play the long game and wait for Blessing to make that mistake.
Gabriel, another point up at 7-4 now. And yes, Mukwati definitely looking a bit out of sorts at times if you compare to his play yesterday. He beat John Anderson 3 games to love yesterday.
We called it at the beginning of the match that we'd see which player would last the longest by the 3rd and 4th set. Gabriel truly showing that he's got the stronger legs and the fitter lungs at this stage. I think it's it's a given now. 6 match points. I think Blessing's just going to see if he can play some lucky winners now. Go for a nick if he can. Gabriel showing his elation there. Great game of squash. You could see this was a situation of Gabriel literally outlasting Blessing, beating Blessing at his own game. That last set lasted only 6 minutes. Yeah, Blessing certainly ran out of steam there, and obviously the better player won there. And I think that means that Gabriel will be taking on Mohamed Nasir tomorrow, which I think is going to be a mouth-watering occasion.
Definitely, and that 6 minutes, like you said, Stephen, it clearly shows what a big role fitness played in the end here. Gabriel Olofin-Milayu having more of the stamina, and that point summary will come up shortly as well, and you'll see it, of course, in that as well. There we go, 11-4. (7-4). That's the closest that Mkwati came. But a spirited performance still, Stephen.
Yeah, Blessing did show his class in the first 2 sets there. But yeah, at the end of the day, and that's exactly how we expected it to happen, was one of the players will outlast the other one, and you could see Blessing tiring out there, coughing a lot, hands on his knees. So, you know, Gabriel certainly showing his strength and fitness and stamina. Very similar style of play between both of them. But at the end of the day, Gabriel fitter, as I said, fitter, stronger, but also more consistent. Yeah, coming up, Sam Gerrits from the Netherlands, number 4 seed, taking on Yusuf Al Sharif. Yusuf Al Sharif played against Ruan Olivier yesterday, if I've got it correct. It was quite a scrappy match. Yusuf sort of pushing the ref a little bit, trying to manipulate the calls and that kind of stuff. So it did become a bit messy. Sam Gerrits is a young guy. I mean, he is the number 4 seed, which means he's certainly a top player. He's certainly earned his right to be there. But he is a youngster, so let's see if he can handle the pressure. I'm sure Yusuf Al Sharif will be doing the same thing, testing the ref, trying to push him to put pressure on him and change his calls, make mistakes. But it'll be the same ref, JP Brits. He's the tournament referee. He's very experienced. He's very firm with his calls. So I can't really see him getting under the ref's skin. But these are often things that get under the opposition's skin. And as I say, with Sam Gerrits being the young player that he is, I think he's 18 or 19.
He's 19 years old.
19-year-old. Look, he's pure class. He's definitely someone to watch out for in the future. But yeah, let's see if he can handle the mental pressure that Yusuf Al Sharif will be putting him under.
Will definitely be a great game. Stay right where you are. Thank you, Stephen Berry. We'll be taking a short break, visiting the marketplace, and hopefully enough time to bring you a short interview as well.
I'm sure you've heard the news, and Namibia is calling. And it's time to answer with a smile. From the rolling sand dunes of Sossusvlei to the wildlife wonders of Etosha National Park, Namibia is a treasure trove of natural beauty and adventure. With Enjoy, booking the most renowned lodges is as easy as a desert breeze. Picture yourself sipping coffee on a deck, watching the sunrise. Paint the sky in hues of gold and orange. Or how about a thrilling safari, capturing memories that'll last a lifetime? Our easy-to-use website hosts the most beautiful lodges Namibia has to offer. Whether you crave luxury or a cozy hideaway, we've got you covered. So pack your bags and let's turn your dream adventure into reality. Namibia awaits, and with Enjoy, your perfect stay is just a click away.
Joined by Mohammed, number 1 rank at the tournament, 89th in the world. We just saw the wonderful magic that you displayed against Damien. Just tell us a bit about that game. How did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I did great today. I'm glad with my performance. I played some good squash and everyone enjoyed the game. The crowd and was enjoying and yeah, I played the game was tough a little bit, but I managed the game to end the match in 3-love. Yeah, it was solid. I was solid, like in the game, mentally solid, physically, and also technically. Played some good squash.
Yeah, like you said, today was one of the good days for you. Looking at the tournament so far, how much have you enjoyed it, and how have you found the competition?
Maybe because I'm just beginning, like in the beginning of the tournament, I played only like 2 matches. Today's match was a little bit challenging in the beginning, but tomorrow's match is going to be more challenging, and I hope I continue in this performance to do better and to win the tournament.
Okay, is this your first time in Namibia?
Yeah, it's my first time in Namibia.
Lovely stuff. Okay, so speaking of the weather, how are you liking the weather so far, and how are you finding your time
The
here?
weather is not a very big difference between here in Egypt. In Egypt is also hot as here, but yeah, for me the sun here is so burning, like, but it was okay for me.
Yeah,
it's just a new experience, and I love the country, the nature, the people. I love them so much. They're so funny and I like them. Yeah.
Okay, any words that you've learned so far in Afrikaans here? Can you let us know?
When you tell me how are you, I can say like "Lak and you."
Lovely. Okay, and speaking of the food,
Mori much in good morning. Morimo. Yes, good morning. I learned a few words, but I'm just because I'm coming outside the match, so
you're not there yet.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, well, the food. Have you had anything here in Namibia that you've liked so far compared
I didn't
to
eat
Germany?
anything traditional here, but I ate yesterday. I ate pasta and I liked it so much. It was so nice. But I want to try traditional food here. I don't know what is it now. But of course, the people here are gonna. Yeah, Steven is gonna let me try it.
Okay, well, before I do let you leave, another big match to look forward to. You'll either face Gabriel or Blessing.
Blessing like 3 tournaments ago. I played him in Amsterdam, in Holland, Netherlands. I beat him 3, but it was a bit challenging. But Gabriel, I never played him before, and I saw him yesterday playing. He was playing some good squash, and I don't think it's going to be like an easy match tomorrow. I have to prepare for it and do some recovery and to be prepared.
And be ready for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good luck with your match tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Whatever she decides next has the ability to impact an entire country in ways no one could ever imagine.
Buying Team Namibian is a choice you make for us, not just for you. Join the 2.5 million strong team that grows stronger with every single Team Namibia purchase. Team Namibia. Together, our future is brighter.
So it's me and Stephen Berry again, day 3 of the BDO Open. When I got here, you were busy playing.
Yeah.
So run me through it. How was the game?
Man, it's been a tough one, eh?
Yeah.
It's reminding me why last time I was the chairman back a few years ago, why I resigned, because organizing a tournament of this magnitude is great fun, but playing at the same time is tough. Eh? You know, your hours of sleep are so little. I mean, I got home at 12:30. I was back here at 7 o'clock this morning, and it's been like that for the last 3 or 4 days. So I played Michael Basson, and him and I are generally a great match. It's always very tight. We train together often, and it's always one way or the other. But yeah, I was very lethargic today. My energy levels were very low. I've gone for a little bit of physio treatment here, and after he finished treating me, he put me on these treatment socks that sort of massages your muscles, and I fell asleep. I just fell straight to sleep for half an hour. So I'm feeling better now. I'm feeling actually great now after having a power nap, but it's a little bit too late now. Yeah, I came back. I was 9-1 down in the fourth. I came back to 8-9, made a silly mistake, and
loved watching that match. You were so frustrated in yourself, but I did watch that and I did enjoy seeing that. Okay, we don't have much time, but speaking of the competition that we do have, it's quarterfinals. We just saw the likes of Mohammed, what he did with against Damien. What else can we expect from the tournament? What do you see, like the likes of Blessing? We saw him in action yesterday for the first time, pretty powerful. So yeah, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, we got Gabriel and Blessing up now. Yeah, I don't know who to call on that one. You know, it's so tough with the ball bouncing so much, and you know, Mohammed said it to me yesterday. If the court was 5 degrees colder, we'd see real Egyptian squash, where they bring out the flair, they can go for their trick shots and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's not forgiving because the ball's bouncing so much at altitude. If you miss those trick shots, if you miss those flary shots, you know, your opponent's going to counter. So the guys are playing a lot more defensive squash, and I think that's what's going to be interesting with Gabriel and Blessing now, is they both very defensive players. They both play the good lengths and they just play the deep ball, and they keep the rallies going and try and wear their opponents down, which is great here because we're at altitude. So I think they've got it's very similar to Blessing and Anderson yesterday, John Anderson, who also plays a similar game, but obviously Blessing's quite experienced, and John Anderson I think is only on his first year out of school.
Yeah, 19.
Yeah, so he's still got a lot to learn, whereas Gabriel, I mean, he came third in the NAM Open last year. I think it's going to be a very similar game. It might get messy as well, where they start getting in each other's way. I hope not, but I think it's going to be a lot of running, a lot of long rallies. And as I said, I don't think there'll be many trick shots. I think it'll be more of a thing of we see who lasts the longest, and we'll see once it gets to the third or fourth set, whoever's got the most energy will probably start dominating.
And it's big guys. I mean, they have the physique, so like you said, it might get a bit physical in there, a bit bumps.
Yeah, I mean, Blessing especially. I think Gabriel's probably more my size, you know, quite skinny, but Blessing's he's a big boy. He's a strong lad. So yeah, it'll be interesting. But I mean, they've been on court since they've been here all day, every day. This morning the Nigerians got here. They just hit the ball and don't stop and keep playing and keep running. You know, maybe that's the way of warming up, because they keep complaining that it's cold. Gabriel was also wearing tracksuits today, so yeah.
Stephen, before I do let you leave, huge shout out to BDO once again, a huge shout out to Powerline Africa. For the viewers that are watching at home, for those that can't make it here, you need to send them a message because I'm about to leave now.
Yeah, okay. To all of you also, like, as you said, big shout out to BDO. Thanks so much. Powerline Africa, I've got to mention a few more as well. We just got a $20,000 sponsorship yesterday from Deb Marine as well. Noble Ford for the courtesy vehicle. Yeah, and then obviously all of our members that have contributed towards making this event possible. To all the local squash fans, please get to Wanderers, come and enjoy the squash, and yeah, let's make it a great one and a memorable one for Namibian squash.
Experience the best of freedom and flexibility with Flex. Parata's Flex bundles now offer you even more freedom of choice, so that you can enjoy quality internet on the go or at home. Choose between fiber with mobile LTE or Sky-Fi with mobile LTE packages, starting from as little as 650 Namibian dollars per month, excluding VAT. You get more for less with Flex. Visit paratus.africa/Namibia or our branches nationwide.
Always prepared. Paratus.
Irongo Med is a leading distributor, working in partnership with NewMed and WestMed to meet the comprehensive needs of the Namibian healthcare sector. As a partner pursuing sustainable global healthcare, we offer industry-leading medical solutions through our key focus areas, which include pharmaceuticals, orthopedics, ophthalmology, surgical devices and capital equipment, as well as a well-established scientific laboratory division. In healthcare, Irango Med is committed to making a difference. What about you?
Taking flight has never been easier. Paratus is introducing Sky-Fi internet packages with speeds that will have you reaching for your seatbelts. Starting from $500 Namibian excluding VAT per month, with speeds reaching up to 10 megabits per second. There's even a prepaid option where you can top up your Sky-Fi internet for just $15 Namibian per gigabyte. No contracts, no fuss. Visit your nearest Paratus branch to find out more. Or go to paratus.africa/Namibia to sign up online.
Always prepared. Paratus.
I'm sure you've heard the news, and Namibia is calling. And it's time to answer with a smile. From the rolling sand dunes of Sossusvlei to the wildlife wonders of Etosha National Park,
Some more action from the PSA BDO Namibian Men's Open coming your way for 2024, like you see there. 2 players on the court. This is the third quarter final of this evening. Sam Gerrits, the young player, 19 years old from the Netherlands. He's facing Yusuf El Sharif, one of the very strong Egyptian players at the tournament. There's his stats, 6'3". He's got the length, the Dutchman, 19 years old, 17 career matches, a winning percentage of almost 50%. And he told me he came to Windhoek because of that $9,000 prize money.
Yeah, Donnie, I'm sure it's not only that. These youngsters are playing for world ranking points as well, and a 9K at this level, at this age, is something that really gives the guys that boost that they need to get into the top 100. As we see El Sharif's figures there, a small man of 5'7". Win percentage of 44.4%, so very similar win percentage there to Gerrits. He is 21, so he's a little bit older. Currently ranked at 335 in the world. Yeah, so this should be fun. I think it's going to be whereas the previous match, both players had a very similar playing style. This time it's going to be a clash of very different playing styles. El Sharif having a lot of flair. And Sam Gerrits playing the typical European style, very basic, just sticking to a nice, tight, good game. But yeah, we're very excited about this and very keen to see how the youngsters do.
I'll be taking a bit of a break. I'll leave you in the capable, more than capable hands of Stephen Berry and Fasti Ulofser.
Welcome, Fasti.
Hi, Stephen.
So commiserations to Blessing. Obviously, he did lose the match. We saw he ran out of steam at the end there. Turns out he's picked up a flu last night. So
I heard about it.
Blessing, I'll take my hat off. The way you played those first 2 games with a flu, he went straight to the changing room and he was quite sick afterwards. His lungs are struggling. So yeah, Blessing, good luck with the recovery. We hope you feel better soon. And get yourself ready for the All Africa Championships starting on Monday. You've got a few days recovery, and I'm sure him, along with a lot of the other players that have fallen out already, will enjoy some of what Windhoek has to offer.
Absolutely. The speed and intensity of that game was just out of this world. And to play like that with a flu, no, can't even believe it. Okay, did you see who won the spin out? I don't think they showed.
They did spin, but then they both walked off, so I'm not quite sure who won there.
We'll see when they get back on court who takes the serve.
Yeah, good example there, seeing the doctor in the crowd drinking a beer, just so that everyone knows that's how we do it here in Windhoek.
Yes, and there's our BDO sponsor as well, Charles. is in the crowd.
Charles and Warren sitting next to each other. Big thank you to BDO. Once again, contributing 130,000 Namibian dollars towards this tournament. Guys, Warren, Charles, if you do get to watch this link, if anyone else from BDO is watching, a big thank you to BDO, one of the biggest and best auditing companies, not only in Namibia, but in the world as well.
Yes, absolute fantastic to have sponsors like that joining in squash. So let's see. See, JP Brits is the referee for tonight's game again. And here we are back. Sam Gerrits is already on court. Looks like, let's see what side he moves. See if he takes the serve. Yusuf getting ready there in the right back corner, moving on the court now. Okay, and it looks like Gerrits to serve. Start the game.
Have we figured out if it's Gerrits or Garrett yet?
I didn't ask, but like I said, I believe it is Gerrits.
Yeah, we'll stick to Gerrits.
Because do you remember that video of the guy that drank so much beer and then they asked him if he wants water and he's like, "Jy wil my dan vergiftig of so?" And that was a Netherlands joke. And I mean, there they say vergiftig, so I think it will be.
So a big shout out to Namibia Media Holdings as well for broadcasting this event for us. I believe
absolutely.
At one stage yesterday we had 2,600 people watching.
Oh wow!
Watching the match. So yeah, Fasti, 2,600 people around the world heard your voice. We got a lot of good compliments. So well done. Right. Okay. So game's off to a high intensity. Garrett gets off to a quick start on 2-love up.
Nice deep lengths.
Garrett, as El Sharif played that lob, Garrett took a quick look around to see where he is. What a shot there by Sam Garrett, sending El Sharif the wrong way.
Just killing it there in the left-hand corner.
We watched Yusuf El Sharif against Ruan Willifeed yesterday. He beat Ruan Willifeed 3-love. We know Ruan is a top squash player. But El Sharif definitely has a way of getting under his opponent's skin, pushing the referee as well. So let's see, he did a lot of that yesterday. Let's see if he uses those tactics again today. He's got a very unorthodox style of play, very difficult to read as well.
Yes, he has a very strange, it's like he has a flick almost.
He's got a very good flick. I spoke to Ruan after his match.
You can't read that.
He became mentally tired because he was struggling to read the way that he flicks the ball and hits the ball in unorthodox directions.
You have no idea where that ball is going to go on court.
Yeah, Garrett seems to be reading it quite well with a good start, John 4-love. A lot less unforced errors in this match at the start of this match than the previous match.
Definitely. I would like to see if Gerrits drops will be coming out again. Like you said, he likes that style of play. Just hitting the 10 there, giving Yusuf his first point, making it 1-4 now. Gerrits still leading. Yusuf just tying his shoe there, shoelaces. Just.
Referee calls a stroke. Garrett doesn't look, he looks a little bit dumbfounded there. It did look like he had cleared it enough just to get a let, but referee saw that differently. I think that makes it very difficult when refereeing squash at this level because the players move so quickly on court. How do you, to make the call and say that he's cleared the ball or not?
The ball moves quickly, the player moves quickly. This intensity is just so fast. Like the previous game with Blessing and Gabriel, it was so fast-paced. Gerrits just hitting a 10 there. Making it 3-4 to Yusuf. Yusuf getting slowly back in the game. Oh, nice volley. Volley drop there from Gerrit.
Yeah, the crowd appreciating that.
Ball coming out very loose in this few shots now.
I guess
There's
that's
the
also
first
something,
nice,
something that the players
length.
need to contend with here in Windhoek. Yeah, so the ball comes out, you know, and the pace that the ball moves and the amount that the ball bounces, if you millimeters off your line, it's very unforgiving, you know. The ball comes out and it becomes a loose shot.
Like that.
Whereas if they were playing at sea level or at a place where it's maybe a little bit cooler,
And out 6-4.
if you slightly off your line, the ball doesn't come off the wall like it does here. So you get away with a little bit more, and that's what Mohamed Al Nasir from Egypt, the number 1 seed, was telling me as well. When they play in what one would see as normal, great shot there, as normal squash conditions, they're more free to play their flair squash, their risky squash, because they get away with it, where you don't get away with it here at altitude. I mean, we said it yesterday, 1,655 meters above sea level.
Yeah, that's a high altitude. And of course the heat.
Don't forget the heat. I see there's some good rain predicted this weekend, so maybe
let's
that'll
hope.
bring some humidity, and we know when that happens, temperatures tend to skyrocket. But at least you get the cool breeze of the rain when that happens.
Afterwards, yes,
Oh,
nice volley there,
great pace
putting
by Sam
Yusuf under
Gerrit's great
pressure.
squash. Al
Very-
Sharif looking a little bit flustered there, knowing Matt Rally at least, he met his match. So well played there, Sam Gerrit. And yeah, let's see. I mean, Yusuf Al Sharif is still in it. Let's see how he contends with that.
Yes, like we said, the ball is so fast. So when you volley now in this game, do
Yeah.
a volley drop or even just play length with a volley.
Great reactions there by my Yusuf Al Sharif. Quite enjoying the way that Sam Gerrit gets to the ball. And once he's got so much time, and he holds his shot, delays his shot, and then he's got a fantastic flick. Watch his flick. He's very difficult to read because it looks like he's going to drive it down the line. Yeah, and then that forces Al Sharif to react quite late because he's not sure where the ball's going to go. Going for the lob there, slight.
lob.
Oh, perfect placement.
Played a good post, getting that lob back.
Ooh.
Moving. Oh, that was looked like a nice lob, but it came a bit loose in the back.
Sending in the wrong
just-
direction. Great shot there.
Surprise.
Yusuf Al Sharif.
Very nice.
Getting pumped up there. You can see the fist clenching, elbow into the chest. Really enjoying that shot. Crowd appreciating it. Game's back on at 7-all.
Yeah, this game started way ahead in Gerrit's favor, and 7-all now. Putting pressure on both players. Who will take the first game?
Oh, he got the ball in the neck there. Nothing that Yusuf could do there.
No.
Gerrit's keeping a high pace in this rally. Yusuf trying to slow it down a little bit. Lob it, drop it. Oh, nice and tight there. Going for the boast. He's got a chance. Oh, he counter-boasted into the tin. Sam Gerrit won't be happy with that. I think that's been the first unforced error that we've seen from Sam in this match.
8-all.
Scores 8-all. Yusuf pulled off a good comeback here. I think it was 5-1 down at the beginning of the set.
Very tight match. Oh. Yusuf just asking there if it wasn't a double, maybe?
I'm not sure what he was asking for because he's the one that hit the ball. I didn't see anything from Gerrit's
I
side, so
know,
let's see what
me
he asks.
neither.
He's definitely going to ask the ref at the end of this rally. Oop, he goes for a
little boast, trickle boast.
see those trick shot boasts.
Very loose there.
Sort of pulls it out of his hips when he plays that, changes his whole body angle.
See that flick from Gerrit there?
Very good hands.
But it
very good
didn't
hands.
go all the way. Yusuf intercepted it.
Oh, he's going to ask for the stroke there.
And
he gets the stroke.
Looks like he got it, yeah.
Gerrit's not happy with that call. He looks a little bit uncertain. Accepts the decision, as you should in the sport. Yeah, Yusuf Al Sharif takes the lead for the first time.
For the first time in this whole game, yeah. Let's see. Will Gerrit make it 9-all? Or will Yusuf have game ball? Very nice drop there again. Oh, making use of stretch there.
Grunt
and
coming out
Gerrit
from
hit
Al
the
Sharif
tin.
as he puts in maximum effort. And he's got a game ball, which is...
Yeah, coming
which
down.
is a good comeback
Or
after being
coming back from being
coming
down.
back, yeah.
Sorry.
5-1 down.
Yeah.
Game ball. See,
Let's
Gerrit's
see if-
taking a step forward there to try and return that
what
earlier.
a shot. And Yusuf
Great
picks,
fetching there
picks
from
it up.
Yusuf.
Yeah. Great pickup.
Oh, great fetching. Al Sharif doing some hard yards here, but showing his athleticism. Oh no,
and
Sam
Gerrit
Gerrits
hits
won't
the
be happy
10
with
to-
that. He was dominating that rally, sending Al Sharif to all four corners. Yusuf Al Sharif showing what he's got there, fetching those balls, bringing himself back into the rally, and ultimately winning that set. Right, so we're going to be joined by the one and the only, Christoph Keita Knutze, the man with the best calves in Namibia.
Thank you, Stephen.
Also one of the Namibian national players. He'll be representing Namibia in the A team at the All Africa Championships next week. Christoph, you had a good game against the youngster Franco Lambert. You can see him sitting in the pavilion there, Franco, with his grey shirt and a nice ice-cold drink there. Tell us about your game, Stoffie.
Yeah, was a bit afraid at the beginning after my calf injury. Well, first of all, welcome to all the guests. And I have to say it's a brilliant tournament so far. Good turnout of people, but yeah, my first match was good. Hit the ball clean, and I have to say the injury is feeling good.
So Stoffels, you just went for some compression treatment on your leg as well. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's a hidden gem here at the club at this moment, and not a lot of people are there. I think we should keep it as our little secret. It's amazing. The bio, Yaku, thank you to him. He's doing an awesome job.
Yeah, I went there a few times today. I went there after my match against Micho, and I absolutely passed out. But when I got off that court, I'm ready for a 5-setter now. So yeah, Yaku, you're doing a great job keeping the players fit and ready in these tough conditions. Yeah, making sure that the players are ready for the next match. And I think the word is spreading, and a lot of people have told me that tomorrow they will definitely be making use of him. So, yeah.
And it's way more enjoyable than an ice bath.
Don't even talk about the ice bath. Right, we're back into the second set here. Al Sharif obviously served there. I think Gerrit's got a very good team that would have given him a few pointers on what he's doing right and wrong. Obviously, Al Sharif with two. We know he's got the Egyptian crowd with him. Mohamed Al Nasser and the guys will have given him some good pointers as well. So, yeah, let's see how the game changes in the second set. Oh, good flick drop there. Good hands there by Sam Gerrits.
Oh, I think it's a late.
Yusuf El Sharif looking for the stroke. I think it's a good call there by JP. Very experienced referee, very firm on his calls. If you've cleared the ball enough, then you're not going to get a stroke. And I think that's what makes it challenging at this level, is the guys do clear the ball exceptionally fast. Oh, I heard someone getting hit there. What was that?
Stephen, if you were in Garrett's corner, what would you tell him? How to get back into this game?
I think he's just got to get his head right. I mean, he started the game well, and then once El Sharif started, exactly like that, just keep the pace right, just get the lengths right, and just stick to the basics and be patient, because once El Sharif started changing his game up a little bit, it seemed to change Garrett's game, and he started making the basic mistakes. So if you're just patient, the ball's traveling fast, but as you know, the ball's always going to get there. So if you're under pressure, take your time, you'll be able to play the basic shot. And I think, judging by the way he started here, he seems to have gone back to the way he started his first set.
I think his approach at the beginning of the game was perfect. You can see he's stepping on the short line, volleying more. Just a few unforced errors at the end of the first game cost him the set. Almost. So I think his approach of volleying more, stepping up in the short line, being more aggressive, because El Sharif moves well, hits the ball extremely clean. So I think if he just eliminates 2-3 of these unforced errors, I think he can claw back.
Certainly, and I remember El Sharif, that typical Egyptian style, he's a very unorthodox player. When he plays the boast, he opens his hip completely. He plays right out of his shoulder. You see like there, he gets right down there. So he is a very difficult player to read. As I mentioned earlier with Fasti, when I spoke to Ruan yesterday, he's a very difficult player to read. And I think once he started bringing those unorthodox shots out, that might have affected the way that Sam Garrett was approaching the rest of his game. Oh, yes. Hard and flat, perfect placement.
And I think this will be an interesting matchup, because El Sharif will definitely be used to the conditions. Garrett's being from Netherlands, not playing at altitude, but some good hands on both of these players. So I think this match is setting up to be a humdinger.
Look, to be completely honest, I think the conditions are testing for all the players. I mean, the ball bounces so much, and none of the players are used to playing at altitude like this. So controlling the ball when it's bouncing like this is difficult for everyone, especially if you're not used to it. El Sharif obviously not happy with the call.
What's the call here? Is it a let?
I think he gave a no let. Yeah, so JP very firm, same as yesterday when he was reffing El Sharif against Ruan Willifir. So as I was saying, when the ball's bouncing, it's very difficult to control, and the foreigners they're not always used to this. But all the players arrived on Saturday and Sunday. They've had a few days, they've played a few matches. I think by now they should be getting quite accustomed to it. Very good hands, very good delay that Sam Garrett has got there. Technically, I don't think we can fault Sam Garrett with the way he plays. He just he's got a very beautiful style. Very impressed with the 19-year-old. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him, and someone that we'll definitely should look out for in the future.
Stephen, isn't it unfair that the tall people in squash just make it look easier? I mean, our short Oaks.
Great shot there. The crowd showing their appreciation. Christoph sitting next to me behind the scenes, giving him a round of applause. Yeah, Christoph,
short people don't know.
I think we saw the stats before the match where they show all the player profiles. Sam Garrett is standing at 6'7", I think it was. He's a big boy. He's nice and tall. He's got that good reach. But there are short guys that have proven. Sam Garrett is 6'3". Yusuf El Sharif is 5'7", so he's quite short. But look at how he moves. He gets there. And obviously the one that we're probably both thinking about is Tristan Wirth from yesterday. When I was chatting to both Dierwald and Damian Groenewald from South Africa, they said there's not a single squash player in South Africa that moves across the squash court as quickly as Tristan Wirth and is as difficult to read. He might have a few issues on basic mistakes that he makes, but he's so difficult to read, but he's so quick across the squash court. But I think he's the shortest player in this tournament, so if you...
What a talent.
What a talent. Unbelievable. I really hope he's been focusing on his studies, and he's been quite ill and injured lately. So he hasn't spent much time on court, but I think if he gets enough time on court now, he's definitely someone that we're going to be seeing a lot more of in the future. Good hands there, good hands there.
Oh.
So Sam Garrett's going back to the basic game, keeping it tight, just playing, doing the basics perfectly.
Good pace
And
variation. You can see not getting involved in a hitting game with Al Sharif.
exactly, and that's exactly what happened in the first set, and that's exactly what was Ruan Willifield's downfall. So Sam just making sure, stick to the right game, stick to the basics, and trust your strengths. He's fit, he's fast, he's strong. I'm not sure what the call was there.
Yeah, you can see he's utilizing the lift more, going short, using the lift, getting on the tee line, waiting for an opportunity to take it short. Oh, what a shot.
Let's see if Al Sharif is just going to concede this game, come back, refocus for the reset for the third set. So at this stage, a very different game to the Blessing versus Gabriel match, where there were a lot of it. Was a very, very high-paced game, but the amount of unforced errors was very high. With this match, we haven't seen many unforced errors. It's been real high-quality squash.
Okay, there we go.
Getting the stroke, and yeah, that was a quick one. 11-2 to Sam Garrett as the players take a break, and we'll listen to some beats, and the players and the supporters will all get a drink. So, Christoph, tell us a little bit about your career path. While we're on a break now, you're obviously, as we mentioned, one of the national players. You started playing squash here in Windhoek, I think it's about 3 years ago, with myself and a couple of our mates. Your growth on the squash court has been phenomenal over the last few years. I think you started playing squash when you were studying in Potch with a couple of the South Africans that are in this tournament. Tell us a little bit about where you come from and why squash? What's the big deal about squash? I mean, you used to be a top tennis player.
Yeah, exactly. Played tennis my entire life. Went to university, actually saw one of my good mates walking with the squash bag. He was here 2 years ago, Jonty.
Jonty Matthys? No, not Jonty Matthys, Jonty van der Vyver, sorry.
Yeah, won the B division. Asked him, what's this all about? How does it work? I said, if I can play tennis, I can surely play squash. He took me along. He was that time a very decent squash player.
So you'd never touched the squash racket before?
No, not at all.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so took the racket, got absolutely nuked by Jonty. Just fell in love with the game. The thing that caught my attention was actually playing 45 minutes and the intensity. Tennis, like I said, playing my entire life. 2-3 hours a match, and then I just fell in love with the game and then started playing squash.
I think tennis is quite a time-consuming sport as well. It's very, very tough on the body, but I suppose the pace of tennis is obviously not what squash is, and I think that's someone, if you're an adrenaline junkie, I think that's one of the very attractive things about playing squash, isn't it?
Yeah, and the thing is with tennis, it's very weather dependent. So when it rains in winter, it's not that fun. I mean, you can't actually play. And that's when I started falling in love with squash, because then we started playing every single day, winter, sunshine. Ooh, what's the call there? Let.
No, let there. So, I mean, I suppose as well, I mean, also, never mind that, we keep talking about the heat in Windhoek. Playing out in that sun for 3 hours compared to playing under a roof with air conditioners for 45 minutes, I guess that's quite a good selling point as well, isn't it?
Easy call.
Easy call. Yes, let.
Oh,
El Sharif won't be happy with that one. It's also great when you take a close-up like that view we just had on how closely the players at this level watch the ball. You see a lot of the amateur players once they hit the ball, they watch the ball arrive at their opponent, but then they tend to look forward and watch the front wall. These guys watch the ball off their opponent's racket all the way back to the front wall.
I think it's one of the first and most basic skills that any squash player can learn is to watch the ball and focus on your movement. I mean, like you just said, a lot of the amateurs tend to look at the front wall, not look at the ball. And when you reach a certain level and players start implementing a hold or start becoming deceptive, and not looking at the ball can cause a lot of trouble for yourself.
I mean, your reaction time if your opponent decides to change his shot, and you're expecting a drive, and he suddenly plays a post, you're looking in the wrong direction. So that means you step the wrong way, move the wrong way, and ultimately you're losing half a second in getting to that ball. And with the pace of squash, half a second is lethal.
Oh, it's a good rally, this.
I nearly thought Yusuf was going to try and milk a stroke there and hold the ball. We saw him doing a lot of that yesterday against Ruan Willifir. But I think he realized that JP doesn't fall for those tricks. This is turning into a very draining rally. I think we're on about 30 shots right now for each player. Oh, sending him the wrong way, expecting the cross court. You can see the fist pump there. Yusuf Al Sharif really happy with that point.
I'm sure Al Sharif's corner would have told him to eliminate the unforced errors. The second game, he lost the second game just due to unforced errors. I think with this game we'll definitely see the unforced error count reducing drastically.
Oh, look, at the end of the day, and that's exactly what Sam Gerrits is counting on. He knows he's got a very consistent game. He's very fast, he's very fit. He's got a good hold and flick as well, so he's got a little bit of uncertainty about his shots as well. Holding the shot, asking for the stroke. Ref calls stroke.
And now Tool.
Al Sharif very frustrated because he knows that ball came loose. And at this level, you cannot afford that.
Mr. Sharif, just please make effort to be ready, okay? Tool.
Okay, you hear JP Brits telling Mr. Al Sharif to make sure that he's ready in time and stop delaying the point. So, Christoph, have you had some time to mix with a couple of one of the very few unforced errors we've seen from Gerrits? Have you had the chance to get to know some of the new players and chat to them and see what they're all about?
Yes. I've actually met some of the Zimbabwe guys, Sam, Gerrits, some of the Egyptian guys, and the Nigerians. All of them are lovely oaks, I have to say.
I must say, obviously, myself being a little bit more hands-on with all the different players, I haven't spotted, there hasn't been he gets the stroke there.
There we go.
As the ball came loose out of the front neck. Yeah, so I mean, I can't say that any of the players that are visiting our shores have proven to be any form of a problem. I mean, they're all such nice guys, very friendly, very happy about everything.
And they seem to be enjoying the tournament. We get a lot of positive feedback. I mean, they're treated like kings at this moment.
In the Egyptians' case, they're treated like pharaohs, aren't they? No, the guys are loving it. I had a chat to the Egyptian players. Ooh, getting the let. I think he just cleared there. He milked it a little bit.
No, it's the right call.
The right call, I think. Oh, he's going to query.
I think he shouldn't open the door once. I think he's going to get a warning if he opens the door again.
That he would have hit him definitely. Not necessarily. It's not guaranteed.
JP Britt saying he felt that Sam Gerrits had cleared enough for Yusuf Al Sharif to have played the shot, encouraging him to please play the shot and keep the game continuous. That's obviously what the game wants, and that's what the spectators want, and we want to make it as attractive as possible for everyone. So to keep delaying it makes the game frustrating for the spectators, and it obviously essentially frustrates everyone as well. Tightening it up now, nice and tight all the way. Both players getting it to the back glass, waiting for the mistake. There, you see, as the one ball slightly loose, Al Sharif goes for the shot, but his attacking shot wasn't good enough. And from there, Sam Gerrits has been able to capitalize Let's see if Yusuf can get himself back in. Well done, Yusuf, on getting himself back into that rally. Reset and play the basic game. Wait for the mistake from your opponent. Oh, the ball came out of the nick.
I'm watching 5-2.
I'm not quite sure what he was querying there.
Homegrown Nicks.
Proudly sponsored by BDO. You can see the size of the nick on the screen, can't you? Yeah, so just a little bit of information on Wanderers Squash Club. The Squash Club, the sports club itself is 102 years old. Sorry, 104. Being started as a rugby club in 1920. The Squash Club actually turned 50 this year. Yeah, so we started off with 4 courts, and we've now got, sorry, we started with 2 courts, and now 10 years ago we added 2 courts. This is turning into a very intense rally. Oh, it's a stroke, unlucky. Great squash, very unfortunate way to end the rally.
It was a great shot, but Garrett read it.
Yeah, so yeah, we are playing on one of the newer courts that were built in 2007. Yeah, that's the year that I was in matric.
Oh, bit of a momentum shift here. Could have asked.
One of the very few unforced errors there by Sam Gerrits. I think we've seen 2 or 3 in this game alone, where we hardly saw any in the previous 2 sets.
6-4.
It's actually the first time in this match where Al Sharif has a lead at this stage of the set. First set he was 5-1 down and had to claw his way back and got his first lead at 9-all, I think it was, moving up to 10-9.
He's settling well into this match now. I think Garrett should start utilizing the pace change again. It's turning into a hitting match again. Exactly what Al Sharif wants. In the second game,
slowed that drive down.
Yeah. Start using the lifts more.
Certainly sussing each other out, waiting for that loose shot to try and capitalize on. I think we might see one now. Going for it. Oh, there we go. Well picked up by Sam.
Big rally this.
Well, this one's going to take a lot of effort out, a lot of strength out of both of their legs. It's fantastic movement by both players, real athleticism, yeah. Little hold there, cross court.
This is setting up to be the rally of the match.
Hold on, here we go. Here's a chance. He's put him out of position. Great fetching there by Mohammed. Oh, he keeps it tight. What a return. Mohammed Al Sharif showing his happiness and pure joy there. Pure relief, really, because that was a very intense rally. You can see...
Well-deserved first bump there.
Yeah, you can see Garrett's feeling it now. That shirt is wet and sticking to his back there, taking a deep breath, trying to recompose himself as he falls 3 points behind. Oh, what a fetch. Okay, but Sam's got the momentum here. Great recovery.
Oh, my word. No ways.
Oh, yes. He's not happy with something.
I think it's about his sweatband.
Be careful. Be careful. Yeah? I'm watching both of you. Don't open the door again and speak to me
You
like
see,
that.
I told you if he opens the door again, he's going to get a warning.
Please play on.
JP, the ref, just told him, be careful if you open the door again. Next time will be a warning.
I'm not sure what he's querying. I didn't
He
see
said
anything wrong
check
there.
the movement. No, there was nothing wrong.
Oh, the movement, okay.
He said he must check Garrett's movement, but I don't see anything wrong.
Yeah, this is certainly what we saw yesterday against Ruan Willifeed. Obviously looking to delay the game, looking to frustrate his opponent. Hopefully get into the ref's head and make
Conduct
him...
warning.
Did he get a conduct warning?
Yes.
Okay.
For time wasting.
Trying to compose himself. To be honest, I don't think Sam Gerrits will be complaining about that as well, catching his breath.
Nothing wrong with the movement there. It was a loose shot. Got what it deserved.
I'm not sure what he's asking for. I understand he ran into Sam Gerrits, but he played a loose shot, and Sam Gerrits put that ball 2 millimeters above the tin. The ball came out of the nick. He would never have got that. I don't know what he's asking for.
The shot got what it deserved. It was a loose shot.
Yeah.
Tight.
Yeah, Christoph, one day when we grown up, we'll also be able to move like this. This is phenomenal athleticism.
Oh, what a drop shot. No, nothing, nothing wrong with that. It's a bit of cat and mouse here. Excellent drop shot. That was a roller.
It's the first time we're seeing Sam Gerrits querying the ref,
a lot at
asking
stake.
the ref something.
8-6 in the third.
So we've got Andrew Forrest here. Andrew, what's the atmosphere like at the pavilion?
I think the Namibian squash community is absolutely loving these games.
So Andrew Forrest is our national coach. Ever since he's jumped on board, the standard of squash amongst our top players has really improved. He's really put the guys through the hard yards and made sure that all of our players are ready for the squash that we're busy going through, and also the upcoming All Africa Championships coming up next week. Oh, crowd really appreciating that.
Absolutely ridiculous.
You've been watching way too much of Jody Barrington. Hashtag. Yeah, that was great. Yusuf Al Sharif playing a loose shot there, and Sam Gerrits making sure he capitalizes. Put that ball right into the huge nicks here at the BDO court, right here at Wanderers Squash Court.
Both of the players moving well.
Running the wrong direction, trying to get a call out of the ref. I think the calls have been very consistent, very good. Obviously, he's on a conduct warning already, so if he does open that door again, you will get a conduct stroke against him.
And you can understand that players get frustrated. I mean, it's 1-8, tensions are high.
Yeah,
a lot at stake here.
Putting your heart and soul into this.
I mean, this is for semi-final position.
Semi-finals,
a lot of points.
Major prize money, major world ranking points. And both of these players trying to make their way up the PSA world rankings. Grueling squash here by both players. Rallies have been intense all match.
Oh. Unforced error.
So I won't be happy with that. That takes a score to 9-8 in Al Sharif's favor.
Big point this. Oh, great
Interesting
fetch.
angle that we got here.
Oh.
Really seeing how low the players get when they lunge for those balls. Is he playing late? Sounds like it.
Yes. Great
fetching
catch.
there by Sam's.
Big
Sam Garrett.
movements.
Slowing it down a little bit there, Sam. Pushing him to the back corner again. He's doing a lot of that, sending him to the front right and then putting him back to the backhand corner. Oh. Oh no, Sam won't be happy with that. You can see him holding his stomach. He might be struggling with a little bit of a stitch there. Game ball down.
You can see both feeling altitude here.
Yeah. So while they're walking to the next point, if any of our listeners are tuned in, please send us some messages. We'll give you a shout out. We've got our WhatsApp groups. We've got the Facebook page. If you're on YouTube, send us a message and we'll gladly give you a shout out. Sam conceding there, takes the game. Al Sharif takes the game. And that puts him into a lead of 2-1 with advantage to Yusuf Al Sharif.
Sam looked a bit tired there at the end.
Yes, but I saw him quite a few times holding his stomach. Now, Sam and Arno Dickman and Blessing Muhati are all staying together, and Blessing actually came down with the flu last night. And that's why we saw him struggling at the end of that match. He started with the high intensity, putting his body on the line there, but at that intensity, if you are a little bit sick. So I'm just wondering how Sam's doing. I mean, they are staying together, and he was clutching his stomach there, so I hope he's all right. Maybe it's just a little stitch, maybe just a bit of fatigue. Middle of the screen there, we've got JP Brits, our tournament referee, and next to him, Marco Himmel, who's the co-sponsor, along with Charles Saliers and his team from BDO, who is sitting on the right side there of the pavilion, drinking that glass of red wine.
And at the bottom right, our Zambian friends.
Old Manda and the boys.
The loyalists.
Dr. Dentist Nelson Arunga there. What a great guy. Hey, the Nigerians struggled a little bit with accommodation and funding, and he sponsored $3,000 Namibian to cover their accommodation. So Nelson, a big shout out, a big thank you to you, and well done on once again supporting squash in Namibia. So we got Russie Rasmus in the pavilion there by the look of it with the orange shirt. We'll have to make sure if Russie, we expected you to be sitting in London getting the team ready for Twickenham on Saturday. Oh, wait, sorry, he turned around. It's just Stephen van Lingen, father of Michael. Michael, one of the players in the tournament, his son there with the white shirt from Walfish Bay.
Please get on board.
So we've got one of the players here, Blessing. Blessing, what would you tell Sam? I know you're in his corner.
Nice of you to put me on the corner here. But I was just telling my boy to keep his shots away from the sidewall. So floorboard face really working well. Because every time he hits his shots or attacking and it's hitting the sidewalls, it's really slowing the ball down, and the Egyptian really is quite explosive and starts to attacking the back corners. But I think we're looking for a 5-set game here, boys.
Yeah.
Right.
Watching the the explosiveness that Blessing was talking about there of Al Sharif. But let's not underestimate the explosiveness of Sam. Both players extremely quick to the ball, and when the opportunity comes, they're very quick to pounce on the volley. They're very quick to attack the ball. Check there, that's one very good example as he hit the ball straight at Al Sharif's feet. Great shot there by Sam Garrett. Great reaction shot there as he gets off the mark in this fourth set. Scores are 1-2 with Al Sharif in the lead. Oh, going for that little fade flick there. Not working this time as...
Being a bit fancy there, cost him the point.
Sam pulls himself back to a 2-all game. So while we're watching this fantastic squash, one of our comments that come through from Nick Ulzelhofer. I think I got your surname wrong today. I tried hard yesterday. Just asking Herlu Pretorius to polish that head. Good bald head we got there. But yeah, Herlu, one of our troopers at Wanderers, supports the ball all the time. Drinks the most Jägermeister of anyone I've ever met in my life.
On top of the 10.
And out 3-2.
3-2. Unforced error.
Just nicking the tin there. This is obviously the stage of the match where the endurance of the players really gets tested. I mean, the speed and intensity of the match is very high. The heat is very high. Obviously, once again, the altitude as well. And yeah, this is a true test of their strength, and to see what they can do when they get to the ultimate level of tiredness. We've seen a lot of players walking off court, really struggling after their sets, running to the bathroom, getting sick even. Yeah, just really struggling to get themselves back on court. As
stroke ball.
Oh, I think he got a racket on the head there.
Stroke to Al Sharif.
Stroke to Al Sharif as he gets back into the lead. Sorry, extends his lead.
4-2 left.
Moves up to 4-2.
Oh, no ways.
This rally just keeps going. The athleticism is unreal. Oh, my word. And they're still going.
I think we're going to hear massive applause after this
rally.
Go
wild. The crowd's going to go wild. Unbelievable squash from both players. And that's what everyone's here for. Big smiles, and everyone's sitting in the crowd. They're probably all saying the same thing. Rather them than me. Sam Garrett's putting his hands on his knees there before he resets himself.
Al Sharif definitely stepping up the pace here, going from corner to corner.
Oh, what a cross court. That ball was very tight there from Sam Garrett. But yeah, Yusuf Al Sharif putting a beautiful cross court past Sam Garrett, and he wasn't able. It's one of the few times he's missed the volley today.
Wow, nah. Great shot.
At this stage, Sam's looking a little bit bewildered. He's not sure what to do. I don't know if he's going to have a counter. It looks like the writing is on the wall for Sam Garrett. And this might be the end of his tournament.
No let, has to be.
No let. Al Sharif realizing the ball's past him, and he ran into Sam Garrett. I mean, he obviously needed to turn around and go chase that ball.
Down. Stop. I saw the ball down.
Interesting call there. It looks like the ref called it as down.
Sporting.
Sporting there from Sam Gerrits. The crowd appreciates it. They give a round of applause, saying he thought the ball was good. So well done there from Sam. Much appreciated. And that's what our sport's about, isn't it?
It's good to see that.
Oh, great. Oh, my word. At that pace behind the back, pulling it off with a great shot, resetting, and the rally's back on. El Sharif looked like he was down and out of that rally. Oh, no. Fantastic squash there by both gentlemen. Gerrits walking away there with the point.
Oh.
What a shot.
Thanks for coming.
Fist pump there. Thanks for coming. Mohamed El Sharif is heading towards the semi-finals, am I right?
Yeah, it ain't over till it ain't over.
Yeah.
So the winner here will play the winner between the number 2 seed Dewald van Niekerk and the number 5 seed Alves.
Which also promises to be a good game, eh?
Yep.
Dewald, someone that you studied with in South Africa, or played with and you got to know very well in South Africa. We've seen him a few times here in Namibia. Having won the Namibian Open in 2022, sorry. Let's just, you heard the crowd there in the background applauding. A great rally from both players. Sam Gerrits walking away. They're trying to edge him on and make sure this match goes into the 5th. Okay, Sam Gerrits is clawing his way back. As you said, Christoph, it ain't over till it's over. Fat lady hasn't sung yet.
Nope.
Christoph, don't start singing yet, please. Oh, what
Here
a
we go,
fetch.
stepping on the volley.
Ooh, pushing him out the way.
Yeah, he's late.
Left side. Left side.
Did he get a no late? Or is it a late? Okay, so yes, let's the call. 6-9.
6-9.
Too close for comfort, that serve.
Yeah. Oh, it's nice and tight. Great shot. Oh, my word. Oh, no. Great movement from Yusuf El Sharif, fetching great shots there fetching the great shots from Gerrits. Back corner, tight, getting it back, putting it in the front corner, fetching that as well, and turning it into a winner, and Gerrits unable to respond. So, Yusuf El Sharif has now got 4 match points. Let's see if Gerrits can counter that and respond. Oh, he's in trouble now. Oh, no.
Let's see if he
that
can
was
use
his
it.
opportunity. He had the chance to finish it off. Let's hope that doesn't come back and bite him in the backside.
17 match ball.
Oh, shouldn't have left that. Oh, I think he had cleared that enough.
There we go, stroke to
Stroke
call.
ball.
Win for El Sharif, well done.
You can see exactly what that meant for him. Yusuf El Sharif, being the unseeded player in this tournament, has come through, beaten the number 4 seed in an upset of one of the biggest upsets of this tournament. He goes through to the semi-finals in a 54-minute marathon.
Well played, well
played to both players. And yeah, so we're gonna have an Egyptian and one Egyptian in the semi-final. It's 2 Egyptians. One in the first semi, Mohamed Al Nasir against Gabriel from Nigeria. Christoph, you want to try and say that surname?
Which one?
Gabriel?
No, we just call him Gabriel. It's way easier.
Yeah, Gabriel. Yeah, we'll stick to Gabriel. The next semi-final coming up will be another Egyptian against our number 1 seeded South African, as well as number 2 seeded play in the tournament, with a ranking of 113. Am I right, Christoph?
I'm not sure. I have to be honest. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So this match has got very high stakes for Dewald. This is what he's been waiting for. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for. If Dewald makes it to the finals of this tournament, never mind winning, if he makes it to the finals and next week's All-African Championships,
He can rack up some serious points.
he's going to rack up some serious points. We worked it out. He should make it into the top 80, which will make it the highest world ranking he's ever had. But first, he's got to get past Abdallah Hafez,
From
another
Egypt.
Egyptian. Abdallah was a player that pulled through a magnificent game of squash against Tristan Worth yesterday. He's a tall man. He's nearly 2 meters tall. Tristan Worth probably being the shortest player in the tournament. It was a great game of squash. But yeah, Abdallah at the end of the day just showed his experience, had a lot of composure, and yeah, I think this is going to be a fantastic game of squash to watch, and we're really looking forward to it. Christoph, I think that's our slot finished.
Yeah, it's bedtime.
Thanks for your time. You've got a pregnant wife at home, so congrats on that.
Thank you very much.
I've got a bet calling me soon too, but I think this is going to be a great game of squash.
Yeah,
What's
please.
your prediction?
I think Dewald 3-1.
Dewald 3-1. I actually think Dewald 3-love. I think yesterday's match took a lot out of Abdallah against Tristan. I just think Dewald's consistency and his speed to the ball, his movement on the court will just be too much.
And these
But
conditions suits him well.
Abdallah does have a lot of skill of his own, so it's going to be a great game. I think Dani, I'm not allowed to call him Oom anymore, but Dani's back on court, back on the mic. Right, we're going to go to a short ad, and after the break, Uncle Dan's going to be back, and he will take you through the final match of the evening. Thanks once again, and a good evening to everyone.
Neo Paints is proud to call Namibia home. For more than 70 years, Neo Paints has been inspired by this country's natural colors and beauty. To produce the wide variety of trusted quality paints we have become known for. Proudly Namibian by nature, Neo Paints has over the years involved itself in several key projects across the nation, bringing lasting beauty, premium paints to liven up both indoor and outdoor environments. As durable as the Namib Desert, Neo Paints has stood the test of time through all weather conditions, leaving a lasting impression on the hearts and the minds of all Namibians. Neo Paints Namibia, a coat of excellence.
Irongomed is a leading distributor, working in partnership with NewMed and WestMed to meet the comprehensive needs of the Namibian healthcare sector. As a partner pursuing sustainable global healthcare, we offer industry-leading medical solutions through our key focus areas, which include pharmaceuticals, orthopedics, ophthalmology, surgical devices and capital equipment, as well as a well-established scientific laboratory division. In healthcare, Irongomed is committed to making a difference. What about you?
Meet Christine, an office snacker with a craving for treats, but a budget to stick to. Fortunately, the Synergy chatbot has her covered. With just a few taps, Christine can find the latest specials on snacks, satisfying her cravings without breaking the bank. And then there's Brian, who's out on a date with the most beautiful girl in Winter. But even romance can't distract Brian from his love of sports updates. Luckily, the Synergy chatbot keeps him in the loop so he can stay connected while enjoying his evening. Finally, there's Henriette, who loves to stay informed with the latest news. Unlike other boomers, Henriette knows that she can conveniently access daily newspapers via the Synergy chatbot. Whether it's snacks, sports, or news, the Synergy chatbot has something for everyone.
Welcome back. We're bringing you the final quarterfinal at the PSA BDO Namibian Men's Open 2024 on court. The 5th seed Abdallah Hafez from Egypt playing a South African Dewald van Niekerk. Van Niekerk seeded 2nd. He's also South Africa's #1 player. Remember, you can join oneup2.com again tomorrow for live action. Tomorrow afternoon, or you can check out Network Media Hub on YouTube. Announcer now. Announcing this match. This will be another big one. If you just joined us for this one especially, always a lot of support for South African players here in Namibia. The other quarter-final scores earlier today. Number 1 seed Mohamed Nasser of Egypt. 3-love against South Africa's number 2 player, Damian Groenewald. Nasser will face Gabriel Olofunmilayo of Nigeria tomorrow in the first semi-final. Olofunmilayo beat Zimbabwe's Blessing Khwati. And then just before this, he fought valiantly, the 19-year-old player from the Netherlands, Sam Gerrits. But in the end, Yusuf El Sharif of Egypt was too strong. Scores there in El Sharif's favor, 11-8. He lost the second game, 2-11. 11-8, 11-7, the third and the fourth games. 53 minutes. I think that's the longest match we've seen since the start of this tournament. On Tuesday, today's the third round. Tomorrow's the semi-final, Saturday late afternoon. And you can tell your friends they can then also tune into network television live. Channel 285, DSTV, Namibia Channel 25, Go TV, and we're ready for the action now. Final couple of warm-up shots. Referee asking for silence now. It's our phase getting us underway. Taking that first point very quickly. Players switching between the back and the front and shots. We'll see another game of cat and mouse. Now played very short.
That was good.
Good shot by Van Niekerk. Both of them asking the referee for his decision.
And out 1-0.
The 1-0 point goes the way of the South African. Well played. Mafes returns the serve. Sticking to the right for a couple of shots. Then to the backhand. Driving to mid-court. Van Niekerk looking to put the ball closer to the back wall. Both players as normal, changing position from the tee to the left and right. Still 1-1, a late call by the referee. Playing this point over. Van Niekerk, the favorite in this match, seated 3 positions above our face. And the South Africa aiming to move quite shortly into the top 100 players in the world. He's currently 118th.
And now 3-2.
3-2. Our face now only that 1 point lead.
(4-2).
4-2. No answer by Van Niekerk. long drive by Fez. Close to the back wall and hitting
And
the
out
tin.
3-4.
Error by Fez brings Van Niekerk back 3-4. Another good rally developing here. Both players quite quickly changing the direction, trying to catch each other out. A great match before this one, went to 4 games. And action here, the signs of us seeing another great match. And finally,
And out
the
5-3.
10, 5-3 error by Van Niekerk. Ending that rally, Hafez restarts.
6-3.
Back in the service box, Hafez 6-3. Gewald Van Niekerk would like to immediately close this gap. Drop shot. Towards the corner by Hafez. Driving a bit longer again. Hafez is making Van Niekerk work at the back. Then a drop shot, but a good fetch by Van Niekerk. Gets to it at the back as well. Right up against the wall and Hafez first change direction and back to the left ball, and this
out
time
4-6.
Van Niekerk gets the point. It's 4-6. Just like I said, he definitely wants to close this gap as soon as possible. Obviously, the player winning the first game there on the front foot. And from there, the opponent has to back up. Catch up.
5-6.
5-6. Yes, he's doing exactly that, Van Niekerk. High praise for this player here in Namibia also.
6-all. Stroke 2, Hafez.
Van Niekerk not
Stalos.
happy there.
Stalos.
Referee
And out
calls in his
7-6.
favor. That's what this PSA scoreboard says. Still very hot here in Windhoek at the Wanderers squash courts. Both the two previous quarterfinals, he definitely took a toll. Sometimes it takes some time, but it happens. Fez with a 1-point lead, dropping to the corner. Very quick reactions from Van Niekerk. Great play by these two players. And finally, Fez
8-6.
with a good shot, making it 8-6.
8-6.
Driving low, close to the right wall. Van Niekerk couldn't reach that one. 2 points to catch up for the South African player. And this time a great shot by Van Niekerk. He helps up Fez, went to the ground. And also applause and appreciation
And out 7-8.
from the crowd. 7-8, still neck in neck now. Fez had a couple of points lead, and then Van Niekerk did well. It started closing down the score very quickly. All the looks are going to a tie-break this first game. 8-all. That's what Van Niekerk does. He draws it even. Scores level.
And out
But
9-8.
unlucky there by Van Niekerk. Supporter cheering him on, saying Dierwald. 9-8 again, dropping drop shot by Van Niekerk.
I'm playing
And
a
then
level for
Fez
safety
in his
because
way.
There's so many definite slaan. 9-8 right.
Call there not in favor of Van Niekerk. The referee called a let. Van Niekerk had a couple of great shots in the last minute or so. Dropping long to the back. Fez had to reach to get that one in the back left corner. Both of these players just waiting for that opponent to lose a tiny bit of concentration, make that error. And applause now for Dierwald Van Niekerk, and they are level once again at 9-all. To win the game, one of these players will have to get 2 consecutive points. Played over after the leg called. Fez very happy there. He's on game ball now. On the verge of clinching the first game in this fourth quarterfinal at the PSA BDO Namibian Open. Good shot to the corner by Van Niekerk. Fez bringing it out to the back. Again to the corner. Applause again for the South African, nodding towards a Fez. Unlucky there.
Hand out 11-10, game ball.
Not getting the racket underneath the ball. Again, game ball for Hafez. Let's see if Van Niekerk can draw level again. Again, getting the rally going. A single point can clinch it now. Niekerk all in a drop shot and driving it along to the back. Our faces a lob, kept it in play. Players just catching a bit of a breath before they start speeding play up once again. Cat and mouse. So slowing up, and we'll see that hard shot coming shortly. And it comes up short affairs. Forced into the error at the end. That concentration not there. And yes, Van Niekerk draws even once again at 11 points each. Losing his footing there almost. Van Niekerk is not happy. He thinks that Hafez interfered there. The referee calls it for Hafez. Egyptian back on game ball. Van Niekerk just taking a bit of time. He has to collect himself. Just showing fight back each and every time at the end of this first game. Digging deep each time. Again, the drop shot. Pitching from the back. Lob by Hafez. Again, play slowing down. Left ball to the corner. Hafez reaches the drop shot. Another great fetch by Hafez. Van Niekerk looks in command at the moment. Drop shot, Hafez. Equally good. Applause. And yet again, it's even Stevens at 12 points each. That's what we predicted. A close match that will probably last towards an hour. Previous match, 53 minutes.
Out of court.
And the seesaw ride continues, but this time Van Niekerk now getting the advantage for the first time. He's on game ball now. 13-12 Hafez. Tying his shoelaces now. The referee talks from the back. He must do that as quickly as possible. And again, a touch from Hafez.
Check your movement.
Unlike previously, this
Yes,
time
but your movement-
referee calls it
your
for
movement
Van
after the
Niekerk.
shot
He's
was
not
too aggressive
happy
in
with
his
that.
path. Yes, late.
He shakes the head. And in the end, of course, the referee's call is the referee's call. Still game ball for Van Niekerk. Playing that point again, a lead called by the referee. Will be able to finish here first. Van Niekerk coming to the back to fetch. Game ball still for Van Niekerk. Again a long rally now. You can see both of these players tiring a bit. It's a long first game. Both just trying to get there, force the error. Someone must make that decision. They must go for that creative shot. Van Niekerk is poised to take this first game. And yes, he pumps the first. 14-12. A mere 2-point victory in the first game for South Africa's number one, Dewald van Niekerk. 14-12. But you can bet your bottom dollar Abdallah Hafez is going to come back strongly. 20 minutes for the first game. 14-12. And you'll see that seesaw right as soon as the points map come up, provided by the PSA. Happy spectators, supporters here. Windhoek Wanderers. And Van Niekerk, he will feel happy with the way he came back. You see the 4-3 at one stage, 6-all, 7-all, 8-all. And then those final 2 points sealing it for South Africa's Dewald van Niekerk. They'll be taking a break for a couple of minutes. Dewald van Niekerk on the front foot. We hope that some of you, as for the first time, learned about the wonderful world of squash by looking at the BDO Namibian Open 2024. And at the same time, this is a PSA Challenger Tour event. Another 5 events taking place currently all across the world. Before they start very quickly, the Costa Rica Open is on in San Jose. Venice Verte. That competition played in France. Squash in Lausanne in Switzerland, in Sydney and in Vancouver. all happening at the moment. Live scores on the PSA website. 1-love. First point called for Van Niekerk now. 1-love in the lead. And the South African very surely will try to pull away from Hafez. He had to play a catch-up game at that stage in the first game. Van Niekerk in front there on the tee. Face eating the glass at the back.
Please be careful. Don't hit the glass that hard. Too low.
To love in the favor of Van Niekerk. Into the corner by Van Niekerk. And Hafez gives away a third point. Playing into the hands of Van Niekerk. Drop shot and Van Niekerk longer towards the back, lobbing it out from the corner. This time Hafez in front. He wins his first point. 1-3. Van Niekerk returns the service.
Hand out 4-1.
It's called out by the referee. 4-1 Van Niekerk. Back on service. Back in a 3-point lead. Van Niekerk. And another point for him.
5-1.
5 now for Van Niekerk. And one can almost see in the body language the confidence growing. But he still has to make sure of getting that upper hand. Van Niekerk not missing a step, stretching, fetching on his left. Into the corner, lob to the back by Van Niekerk. Again, Hafez, and just gets it at the back. What's the call? 6-1. A big smile there by Dewald Van Niekerk. Five points up now for the second seed at the BDO Namibian Open. It's a PSA event, the second for Namibia after 2023. Hafez looking to come back now into the second game. Hitting the 10, unfortunately, not getting the height into that shot. Second point now for the Egyptian. That's still trailing with 4 points in the second game. And now again he plays the ball out. Service back with Van Niekerk at 7-2. Kerk will just start feeling that second game edging closer to him, but he has to work hard for every single point. Almost got there for
And out
Kerk.
3-7.
Applauds our face for a good shot. Drop shot by Van der Kerk. A second drop shot into the corner.
4-7.
But it's a Faze's ball, 4-7. Get things back underway, closing the gap to 3 points. Another point for him, 5-7. Van der Kerk just not able to get around the Egyptian.
Double, not up, not up. Double bounce, double bounce. Your shot was double. I said not up. Okay. And out 8-5.
You heard the referee's call. Adhikar still in the lead, 8-5. Again, dropping to that left corner. Good return
And out 6-8.
by Hafez. 6-8. Again, catching up. The Egyptian player into the corner.
It's too loose of a
Van
shot.
Niekerk
Stroke to Van
now.
Niekerk. And out 9-6.
Claims it 9-6. Gets the referee's call. 1 point away from game ball. And loud applause now. Loud
And out
applause.
7-9.
7-9. Supporters acknowledging excellent play by both these players. Not getting underneath the ball. Hafez hands it back to Van Niekerk now on game ball on 10-7. He gets this point, will make it 2 games. No. Driven long, good shot by Hafez, and then he drops it to the right corner.
And out 8-10. Game ball.
Stays in it at 8-10, but still on the game ball for Van Niekerk. Still has the chance to finish it off. Good ball into the corner. He makes Hafez work. And changing the speed.
Out of court.
Lobbing to the back.
9-10. Game ball.
9-10. Hafez, he's still very much in it. Game ball still. Van Niekerk with yet another chance to finish Hafez off in the second game. Drive shot, then the lob. And you see it all there on the face of Hafez.
Van Niekerk leads 2 games to none.
Hitting the tin hard. 11-9 in the favor of South Africa's number 1 player at the moment, Dewald van. The hosts, Wanderers Sport Club, Dunlop, and also Deb Marine, as well as a long list of 40 other smaller donors and partners making this great event possible. Players will have a quick 2-minute break again. And Hafez, he'll have to come back now. And there we see the summary. Van Niekerk initially up 3 points, then he was up 6-1, and then you see the fight back from Hafez. Staying in touch. And after a couple of game balls for the South African, he finally clinched it. Last match of the day. Supporters also getting a bit of a breather for this third game. You saw him there with the tablet in hand and the back, JP Brits, the South African.
Van die Kerk leads 2 games
He is
to none.
referee in chief for the tournament.
Quiet, please.
Yesterday told us he loves Namibia and the spirit of the country. He's played here a whole lot. Not on the professional circuit any longer. And we're off for the third game.
And out one love.
First point to a face. He draws the first blood. And it was close both previous games. But a face, he'll have to show that little extra drop ball and fetching it at the back. And then Van Niekerk sends him into the corner to make it even at 1-1. Half a smile by Van Niekerk. Acknowledgement of the good shot by a Fez. And then played from the volley. This time Van Niekerk says well done.
And out 2-1.
Again, 1 point for you, 1 point for me. 2-1 of Fez. And back in front. Drop shot again, and followed up by another drop shot by a Fez. But Van Niekerk gets the points 2-2. What's important, a couple of the co-commentators have mentioned this already.
3-2.
It's quite deceiving. It might, on your screen, look to you like the ball is not traveling that fast. Being down on the court, it's a whole different world. Hafez, he's back in it at 3-3. The third game will also go to the wire. Van Niekerk stretching forward. He uses that drop shot into the corner of the wall many times. Hafez just keeps it in. Lobbing it. And Hafez got caught behind Van Niekerk.
And out 4-3.
Looking towards the referee. He calls it for Van Niekerk. This time Van Niekerk.
And out 4-all.
He can't play it out of the corner right at the left back. 4.
And out 5-4.
And Fez clearly sounding his unhappiness. That shot is behind again with a 1 point.
Struck to our face. Hand out 5-all.
And once again, yes, it's amazing. It's 5-all once again. Six-5 now. Hafez in the lead. I think it's for the first time in this third game. He takes the lead. Only a single point though.
Yes, Nate.
Into the corner by Van Niekerk. He then puts up the hand, and this time they show the good spirit, both of them smiling. The referee called the leg. Now Fez getting things underway, this time again with a smile. And Van Niekerk just couldn't reach it at the back this time. Opens up the 2-point lead for Hafez. The door opening slightly for Hafez in this third game. Is 2 love down. Hafez had to work for it, to stretch it. Van Niekerk eating the tin, unfortunately. 8-5. Hafez, he's getting his tail up. Good drop shot. Almost a complete nick shot into the corner. 9-5. You can see Van Niekerk has worked hard in this third game after 2 long previous games.
10-5 game ball.
10-5 game ball. Hafez, he can pull that one very important game back to stay in the picture.
11-5 game
An excellent drop shot by Hafez, clinches it. 11-5. The third game, and Van Niekerk still 2 games up, 2 plays, 1 shorter game, 7 minutes, says the PSA summary. 41 minutes in total. 14-12, 11-9, and then Hafez getting back into it at 11-5. And just wait for that points map. That tells the whole story, in short, the summary of what happened. At least the stats. It doesn't show you the excellent shots played at times. Here we go. And there you can see that comeback at the end. 7 points unanswered. There were some late calls also in between. But it's the Egyptian player. He came back strong in the third game. Van Niekerk, he will regroup. Will probably chat with Damian Groenewald. SA's number 2. Earlier had to bend the knee to Mohamed Nasser, the first seed. And you can see there Hafez. He's not really taking a break. He's back on court immediately. He's starting to warm up. Now Van Niekerk steps onto the court. One of 2 things can happen, of course. Van Niekerk can clinch the match. He can make it his own. Or Hafez can force the match into a 5th game. First call goes Van Niekerk's way. Exactly the same thing happened in the previous game. But each time Hafez came back, even the scores. both these players. You see they've got the pattern of play, a strategy, and they're sticking to it mostly. And then, like Van Niekerk did there, coming up with that finishing shot. This time he's very early on not allowing Hafez back into it. Still a long way to go to seal this quarter-final match. This time.
And out 1-2.
Excellent shot by Hafez, just proving his mettle. 1-2. And that's also, of course, a warning to Van Niekerk. Has to say, stay absolutely focused. Second point for Hafez. Ball dropping from the wall, on the front wall. Bounce not in favor of Van Niekerk.
And now 3-2.
No, it's Hafez hitting the tin. Play back with Van Niekerk. Taking an extra couple of seconds just to catch his breath before hammering it back to Hafez. The chase is on, they say. The chase is on for this quarter-final result. Lovely shot by both players. Let's look at that, 2 drop shots, then locked to the back. And Hafez is there. He's in position, fishes it at the back of the court. This time it's Van Niekerk to stretch forward, and then he hits the tin, not happy.
And out 3-all.
3-all. Very much the same pattern as we saw in the previous game. At least initially, after Hafez won in the previous game 11-5.
Now 4-3.
Hafez back into the lead. These players with a good combination of shots, mixing it up, varying the tempo and the height.
And out 4-all.
There's 101 places difference between these two players in the PSA rankings. Van Niekerk on top at number 118. Hafez at number 217, the 20-year-old. He's definitely performing especially well. Brought his best to Windhoek. It still can go either way. Good drop shot into the corner again by Van Niekerk. He makes Hafez run to the front a couple of times. this time,
And out.
Hafez
5-all.
smiling.
Mr. Hafez, please don't seek coaching from your team, okay? Please don't seek any advice from your team, okay? 5-all.
Van Niekerk getting that point. You heard the explanation by the referee many times. Van Niekerk,
And out.
and that drop
6-5.
shot into the corner, and this time it doesn't work out for him. He shakes the head. Hafez back 6-5. Niekerk lobs it. Also lobs it to the right. I've put together many good rallies in this match so far. Hafez and Van Niekerk.
And out. 6-all.
Applause again from this passionate. They might be a small crowd, but they're passionate. Again, all even, 6 points each. A couple of mistakes in a row can seal the fate in this game. And of course, in the match as well. And Hafez right from the start in the first game. He's been in the game the whole time. Van Niekerk hitting the tin there. He didn't finish the previous game very well. 7-6. This with a lob there. Faced well
Yes, lad.
by Van Niekerk.
7-6.
Point goes Hafez's way.
7-6.
Lob by Van Niekerk. And now another great shot by Hafez. Applause for the Egyptian now. 8-6. I think it's almost the first time in this match that there's a 2-point difference, and he makes it 3, Hafez. If he can pull it off, we'll go into the 5th and deciding game. Both these players have got good drop shots. And Van Niekerk a bit sluggish there. You can see he's tiring a bit. A lot of exertion. Takes its toll. Again, Van Niekerk lobbing to the back. It's Hafez on game ball.
And out 7-10, game ball.
Still game ball. Van Niekerk serves, is on 7 points now. And he tried his best there, Hafez. So just
Game ball.
finding his grip there with his shoes. He was up immediately. 10-8, Van Niekerk. Yes, he's fighting back the South African number 1. Just fetching it. It's a leg ball, says the referee. Van Niekerk to serve. And what a... Played the quick return. What a shot by Hafez, 11-9. He takes the 4th game. And we're going to see a deciding 5th game. There you see it. 12-14, 9-11, 11-5, a longer 4th game, 12 minutes. That's how long it took Hafez, the 5th seed, to put himself squarely back into this quarter-final match at the PSA BDO Namibian Open. Remember, of course, tomorrow, the first semi-final, Mohamed Nazir, first seed. He will play the 3rd seeded Gabriel Olofunmilayo of Nigeria. Egypt against Nigeria. And there's the summary. Again, neck in neck initially. Hafez getting there, 4 points. Van Niekerk fighting back, 3 points. And then Hafez finishing it up 11-9. Had a couple of game balls. As referee JP Brits calling the players. And the breathers over. There's Abdallah Hafez is back on court first, just like after the 3rd game. And this is the 5th and deciding game in this quarter-final. A couple of warm-up shots. The referee calls it, and Hafez gets things underway very quickly with a drop shot. He starts asking questions from Van Niekerk right from the word go.
One love.
Winning the first point, a player from Egypt. Van Niekerk, a lot of people here behind the South African.
And out 1-0.
This time here in favor of Van Niekerk, 1-0. This time again, the cross-court shot
2-1
into the corner. Gives Van Niekerk his 2nd point. It's one of his trademark shots. And he makes it 2 in a row.
Are you okay?
Hafez is getting a
3-1.
bit of a hit there. Into his 6-pack, to the stomach, 3-1. In the previous games, they were neck in neck right from the start. A rare 2-point lead now for Van Niekerk very early in the 5th game. Still looking sharp, the South African. Another drop shot into the corner. First drops as well before it's locked back by Van Niekerk. Face returns the drive. On the backcourt. Checking each other out. Exchanging backhands.
Down.
Cross court. play. Squash court shot by Fez, close to the front wall. Plays into the hand finally of Van Niekerk. 4-1. This time, if Fez gets too far behind, it'll take a lot for him to get back and win this quarterfinal. An excellent performance so far by Hafez. In the previous match, Stephen Berry from the NSA and his co-commentator asked each other, what did they predict? Now, they predicted the 3-1 victory in the favor of Dewald van Niekerk, and we are now at 2 games each. Van Niekerk in the lead with the 5-2. Was Christoph Grutz, I think he predicted the 3-1. Hitting the 10, playing into the hand of Van Niekerk. 6-2 lead now, 4 points for the South African. Errors now starting to creep into Hafez's game. We didn't see a lot of that in the first 4 games. And again, he's holding his head. Hafez now 5 points behind, 7-2 lead for Van Niekerk. Edging closer to victory and that remaining position in the semi-finals. Whoever gets through here will play against Yusuf El Sharif. And loud applause now for Van Niekerk, adding yet another point, 8-2. Phase again, quite quickly forced into an error, not reaching it close to the left wall. And this time,
hand out, 3-8.
This time a great shot by Hafez. Into the corner, Van Niekerk way off the mark, 3-8. Still a 5-point lead for South Africa's number 1. Starting to play harder drive shots now and slowing it down a bit. Medium pace, Hafez speeding it up again, plays to the right corner. Van Niekerk drives to the back. And he caught out Hafez a couple of times. To the back at the left. Not working for him this time around.
Stroke to Van Niekerk. Hand out, 9-3.
The call by referee JP Brits goes in the favor of Van Niekerk, taking it to 9-3. Just 2 points short. The referee called a let ball. And then yet another unforced error gives the match ball to Van Niekerk at 10-3. Fez doing everything he can, but in that exact same place, the left back corner, close to it. Van Niekerk gets the better of Hafez. Long applause now for both of these players. There you see them. This was a great match going all the way to the wire. Finally 11-3 clinched in the 5th game by the 2nd-seeded South African Dewald van Niekerk. 63 minutes an hour and 3 minutes. Previous match was just over 50 minutes. That's the longest one yet at the PSA BDO Namibian Men's Open 2024. And that point summary will show you that in the end, in the 5th game, Van Niekerk proved just too much for a much lower ranked Hafez. Hafez not doing himself a favor with many errors, some of them unforced. 11-3, that is the summary of the 4th quarterfinal at the PSA BDO Namibian Men's Open 2024. Please join us again tomorrow. Just confirmation finally of the quarterfinal results. Nazar, first seed, beating Damian Groenewald in 3 games. Mugwati then couldn't pull it off against Gabriel Olofun-Milayo, also 3-0. Sam Gerrits was the favorite actually there, the 4th seeded player from the Netherlands, just getting the 1 game against the 3 of Yusuf El Sharif and his Egyptian counterpart in the final match. Just now, Abdallah Hafez losing out with a single game, 2-3 against the 2nd-seeded Dewald van Niekerk. And we'll bring you more great action tomorrow. We wish you a lovely evening. Goodbye until tomorrow.